In Kampala, Uganda, and we are here for the third day of the KTA annual symposium. We have been, this is day 3. Day 1 we're at Unipod in Makere. Day 2 we were at MCI Hub, and gosh, the discussions that we've had are life-changing, or rather policy-changing. I don't know whether any of you got that joke. Since I don't see any of you laughing, then maybe you didn't attend the other 2 days. But my role is really just to welcome you here today on behalf of KTA Advocates, Uganda Law Society, and of course Conrad Aduna Steve Tang Foundation. Thank you very much for gracing us with your presence this afternoon, where we're going to have very, very, very good discussion on cultural identity, cultural heritage, and everything to do with why we need to know where we come from. And so my next task is really just to introduce our first keynote speech from Honorable Justice Retired Patrick Tabaro. For those of you that know Justice Tabaro, thank you. Justice Tabaro has a wealth of knowledge in anything to do with African history. One of the things actually Justice Tabaro taught me, do you know the Luganda term okumatiza? So Justice Tabaro was, he explained to me that okumatiza is it's actually a reference from the Egyptians, where in ancient Egypt there was a god called Mat. And so he has written a lot and spoken about this topic, about the connection between Ugandans and ancient Egypt. So this is why really we wanted Justice Tabaro here to be able to share with us his knowledge and wealth of experience when it comes to cultural heritage and the importance of identity. So I will hand over to him so that he can be able to start us off. And then after, we shall start the roundtable discussion hosted by Raymond Mujuni here. And then we shall keep you updated with what's happening next. Honorable Justice Tabaro, you're welcome.
Honorable Chair, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to be excused. That is a matter. Can everyone hear me clearly? Thank you. Otherwise, I would have liked to address this distinguished assembly while standing up. But because of my health condition, I'm unable to do so. So kindly allow me to speak as I sit on this chair. My remarks are a summary of what I put down that is in writing for attention of the participants. Since I'm allowed only 15 minutes, I'll just, one of the most important matters to address is that our concepts of intellectual property matters as embodied in our laws are largely a result of knowledge. There are other sources of knowledge. One being indigenous knowledge systems. For example, I'm glad we have physicians here. For example, it is now acknowledged that traditional herbal medicine can be administered scientifically, and according to my understanding, it's actually being administered in hospitals as alternative medicine. In the same spirit, I'd like to emphasize that there are many prosperous managers in this country who have not had the benefit of acquiring high academic standards, but by virtue of interaction with trained managers, by virtue of interacting with as supervisors of so many people in the organizations, they are able to perform very well, sometimes even better than the managers with the PhDs. That's not to underrate the importance of knowledge. What is crucial is that there are sources of knowledge other than formal knowledge acquired from schools, colleges, and universities. Next, we've got patents as sources of knowledge and innovation. Again, I would like to point out that many advanced countries like the United States, Japan, Germany, and a few more others, by virtue of their strong background in scientific inquiry, they are able to innovate and register patents. When I last did some research from the standpoint of a lay person like me, actually at that time I was still serving. I had just left the High Court, so it's over 10 years ago. We had only one application for a patent for a battery, but for Germans, Americans, and Japanese, they were filing hundreds daily. Okay, now that can be a very good source of knowledge, can be an advantage to us, because before you are granted a patent, you must disclose that what you want to be protected is new, is novel. But before you establish that is new, you have to establish how you applied it, how you acquired the knowledge. So in effect, you are disclosing the technology in the application. So experts in this field would be able to tell us that that's the way, like I say, countries which are not as technologically advanced as Germany and Britain, the United States, were able to advance technologically by studying the patent documents. Of course, once the patent has expired, everybody can apply that knowledge. But even before expiry of the patent period, it is very possible to study how that invention was arrived at. Then with the knowledge, you can now start researching, innovating, and you arrive at your own device. Before I conclude my remarks, let me talk about sui generis principle. Sui generis principle. This expression is Latin. Latin, of course, the Latin language has percolated all over by virtue of being the language of the Roman Empire, which, believe it or not, encompassed Britain. And then with the British knowledge spread to other parts of the world. So don't be surprised that this expression is very much common in our legal systems. It means of its own peculiar kind, its own peculiar kind. The standard reference is normally champagne wines from France, with the due respect, profound respect for every teetotaler and for everybody who does not consume alcohol on the grounds of faith. Kindly, please. I could have, I could have thought of other expressions, but this is the commonest. So, wines from Champagne region have got peculiar qualities of the aroma, even the color, the taste, etc. So the French people take advantage of this uniqueness and then market their wines for primal prices. Now, how can we utilize this principle? I would like to refer to two examples. We are aware that when British explorers were exploring Uganda, John Speke found people consuming coffee in Uganda, Robusta coffee in Uganda. Now, Robusta coffee has got its own peculiarities, which make it completely different from other species of coffee. Here I'm unable to distinguish between species and varieties. But it does no harm, really. It does no harm. So, actually, of late, although we are under the impression, and we even dared to use the word better, although we're under the impression that Arabica coffee was better than Robusta coffee. Now there are people who prefer a Robusta coffee, especially now in Southern Europe. And I happen to be a farmer, and I've been following developments in this field. There are many people now who fancy Uganda's coffee, Robusta coffee. So the question for us is, can we develop this type of coffee as a peculiar commodity, as a commodity that has special qualities, and thereby we can earn prime prices for it. And secondly, in Ethiopia, they already market coffee, Arabica coffee, as a prime commodity and as a specialty, and they get very, very good prices as a result. Secondly, rather finally, let me read what I wrote as the way forward. The main thrust of my remarks is protection of our cultural heritage, so as to guard against piracy of our cultural heritage and intellectual resources and potential. The issues highlighted in this presentation will hopefully lead to further research and acquisition of knowledge that can enrich our cultures and intellectual property benefits within UNESCO parameters. Thank you very much for your attention.
Wow. Please, much bigger hand clap for Honorable Justice Patrick Chavarro. And really, it is discussions like these, again, that's why we have this symposium. For those of you that joined us after had already introduced, you're welcome to the third day of the KTA annual symposium. On day one, we discussed invention, innovations, and the role of intellectual property. And some of the key issues we discussed then are things like, how does an artisan or producer from Katwe, how are they able to understand what this intellectual property means? Actually, the MC on the day behind there asked us, what is intellectual property in our vernacular? How can we Ugandanize that term, intellectual property? I think one of the words or terms that we came up with is somewhere on that infographic. That infographic was produced by an artist called Kashushu, who recapped everything we discussed on day one. And so if you'd like to know everything that happened on day one at Unipod in Makere, please refer to that. On day two, there was also a poet, Mitch, who regaled us with some lyrics. There's a poem that he created on the day, and we felt that that was really a summation of the creative economy. We discussed the creative economy, and what we're advocating for is a creative economy policy. So the discussions from day one and day two will be reduced into white papers, which will be produced by the team from JEPA, that we hope will be influential in encouraging policy changes, but beyond that as well, in encouraging more discourse around these areas. When we look at intellectual property in particular and see that Uganda still has, from the time that Honorable Tawaro mentioned, just one patent by that time, but the numbers still haven't changed. We're still in the hundreds or even in the tens. And that's really a travesty, and that's why we are discussing, and I'm very glad that at least from Uganda Law Society, we have more advocates here. Thank you, Wechitiwa, for joining us. And so let me now introduce one of our partners from Konrad Adenauer Stiftung Foundation, Anna Reisman, who is the country lead for CAS in Uganda and South Sudan, who is going to give a few remarks before we move on to the next part of our program. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Kenneth. Good afternoon, everyone. Great to have you here with us today. Konrad Adenauer Stiftung is a German political foundation. And thank you very much, Honorable Justice Tabaro, for actually reminding us of the history that the CAS has here in Uganda, because indeed we have been here in Uganda since the 60s. So it's quite a long trajectory, and we consider ourselves being very well rooted here in Uganda and within different sectors of the society, and of course also within the political sector, so being a political foundation. And it's always great to be reminded that it's not new, that our contribution is not new. And our work here, and I keep repeating it every time, is not much different from the work that we do also in Germany. As a political foundation, we want to contribute to dialogues, just as the one that is taking place here today. We want to promote civic education, and our mission reads shaping democracy together. So everything that contributes to strengthen democratic institutions and to contribute to growing the number of Democrats, this is what we do in our country and worldwide. And this is why we are always saying and emphasizing we are not a development partner, we are not just a sponsor, we have our interest. And when we meet partners, organizations, but also individuals who approach us, and we have an impression that we share values and that we share interests, then and some ideas, then we start working on them together from A to Z. And this is what also happened in the case of the Symposium. The KTA advocates have reached out to us. It's our very first cooperation with them, and it's our first cooperation actually with a legal company. So it's a novum, and we are very happy about it. But when they came to us and explained what this thinking behind the Symposium is and where they want to go, we felt, well, that actually also meets our interests. And the beauty is also that when they were sharing about dialogues that contribute to policy making, and that this year's topic will be on the preservation of heritage. We thought, well, we don't even need to think of a new format, because as CAS, we have already been running certain formats. One is this format, the identity talks, and we have been running them since the last year. right from the beginning with Raymond Mujuni. So we have always been inviting to the identity talks in the name of the Konrad Adenauer Foundation and Raymond Mujuni. So it's great also to have you, Raymond, here with us today again to moderate. But there is something new about the current identity talk. You might have not heard much about it so far, because the actual format of the identity talks was always to create an intimate space, just like this one is, but also to set Chatham House rules, meaning that we engage with each other very openly, very transparently, and very critically, and that what is being said stays in the room. And then we always hope that our participants, the experts around the table, will pick up the topics and will kind of distribute them and talk about them in their own formats that they create, even without our participation as Konrad Adenauer Stiftung. And we have seen quite good examples of this happening. So the difference to today's is that today this fishbowl, as we call it, is part of the symposium, and therefore it is public and on camera. And so please feel free to take pictures. This is the big difference. So this is one format, and I believe Raymond will also explain to you later on why we have 2 additional chairs at the table. It's not a mistake, and it's not that we are missing participants. It's a very deliberate move of ours. And the second format that we are going to have later today will be the Innovation Fireplace Chat, also a format that we have had already for, this is now our 3rd year. So we thought it's a great opportunity to plug in with the formats that we already have into this KTA Symposium, again, because we really think that KTA advocates have an understanding of how to contribute to the development of the society that we very much share. So without further ado, I would like now to hand over to Raymond Mujuni, who will be our moderator today, and he will now take you through the topic and the conversation that we are going to have. Thank you very much to our partners KTA and to all of you for being here with us tonight.
Thank you so much, Anna. Thank you so much, everyone, for making it today. Unfortunately, today the Identity Talks has a KTA problem. We have traditionally held these conversations behind closed doors in intimate spaces, and everyone on the list was vetted, pre-vetted, double vetted. So today we have relaxed some of those rules. The Identity Talks was conceived in December of 2022 between myself and Kath to try and organize in very small spaces people who are of the same mind, sometimes of different minds, but to try and find a place for this new Uganda that we find ourselves in. And since then, we've had, I believe, 2 of them. We've had an Identity Talks on art. We've had another Identity Talks on demography. I will spare you the details of our guests because they were Chatham House rules that time. So, but the list was as illustrious as the ones we have today. Today's Identity Talks is about the preservation of heritage and shaping the future. And the idea behind today's Identity Talks was, we often say that Uganda has a Buganda, a Toro, a Busoga problem, but nobody has ever asked that question differently, which is it possible that Busoga, Buganda, Toro, Bunyoro, the Luos, is it possible that we have a Uganda problem? Because this thing called Uganda found us here. It very likely might leave us here, or it might survive with us. And the idea behind today's talk is really to find what is the identity of Uganda in the traditional institutions it found here. And I have an illustrious guest list to talk about it today. If you plan to accuse me of bias, I need to introduce myself so that I kill that question early on. I am Raymond Mujuni. I am a Mutoro, Muihwa Wababito, so which means my mother comes from Bunyoro Kingdom. I am married to Kisoro. Justice Tavaro gave me the wife I'm married to. Yes, so I'm a son-in-law and Mpangalira Mbuganda. So I am a Muganda by virtue of staying here. So if you plan to accuse me of bias, I have killed that question. And by the way, I also studied in Busoga Kingdom, Kira College Butiki. So I have a fair chance at knowing everything and everywhere. So I wanted us to start very briefly by asking my guests around the table to introduce themselves and the roles they play from the traditional institutions they come from. But I also need to remind you, or rather speak about the two chairs that we have here. So when we conceived of the identity talks, everyone that comes into the room, in our minds, in our eyes, is a panelist. And that means that if you have thoughts to share, if you feel pressed by a question, if you feel you want to disagree with someone, if you feel you want to bang a table, those two chairs are readily available at any point. You can come and sit on them and join the conversation. So there will not be a point in this conversation where we'll stop for questions from the public. If you have a question or comment that you want to make, please come and sit, and we'll have your input, after which no one will ask you to leave, but it would be courteous if you leave and other people come. I wouldn't want to use force the way the British forced us into Uganda. So I think I will start by asking my guests to introduce themselves and the role they play, and then we can get started.
Thank you very much, Raymond. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, all protocol observed. My name is Dr. James Isagara Kisoro. I am the founder and acting executive chairman of Kabalega Foundation. Kabalega Foundation, by inclination, is affiliated to Bunyoro Kingdom. I myself, being a descendant of the histories of Bunyoro, so I have a good understanding of our kingdom and where we've come from and how we've found ourselves today in Uganda. The age might not speak to that, but a little digging here and there has given me a bit to share today. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Michael Kifubangabo. I am the Minister of Information, Mass Mobilization and Promotion of Unity in Busoga Kingdom. That is what I am. I'm glad that I'm here. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is David Mpanga. I'm the Minister of Land and Properties in the Kingdom of Buganda. Previous to that, I was Minister of State for Research and at one stage, the Attorney General and Minister for Local Government. I'm glad to be here and happy to participate.
Thank you so much. We will be joined later by Charles Mwangusha, who is the Minister for Information in Toro Kingdom. In his absence, I have instructions. So I will carry on behalf of Toro Kingdom. But maybe if I start with you, James, and the question will go around the room. How do you imagine Bunyoro Kingdom in Uganda today?
Thank you, Raymond. How I imagine Bunyoro Kingdom in the Uganda that we have today. First of all, we should be glad to note that we have a country to talk about, and that has a history, of course, with a pre-colonial and colonial times and the times that we're in today. We have kingdoms that make up Uganda, where Bunyoro is one of them. Of course, Bunyoro's history, for many that studied history, should trace it back from the different dynasties to the current one. We had the Kitara Empire, which disintegrated into so many of the kingdoms that we have today. We have to write home about that many of these kingdoms that we call sister kingdoms, many of them trace back their origins to the ancient kingdom of Bunyoro. So in there we have a lot that we share in common. And when we look at Uganda today, we can trace the roots of Bunyoro by its rule or by its leadership to the north. We can trace its roots in terms of sharing of heritage to the east, to the south, to the central, and to pretty much every part of Uganda, or even beyond. So that is the perspective in which we look at Bunyoro, that we live in this country together with a lot shared in common, but with what I would call maybe pretty much artificial boundaries that have been drawn over time. But as a people, as a country, I think we share so much in common, and it's a good discussion that we're having today to reflect on our culture, our heritage, because I believe that has so much to offer us as we look forward and as we move forward as a country. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Usoga Kingdom in the picture of Uganda. First of all, Usoga Kingdom, we must say, it was as a result of migrations, because it was actually from Bunyoro, the Omukam of Bunyoro. There were issues there, and he came over to Usoga on some high rock in Usoga, where he saw the expanse, the area bounded by water. Usoga is bounded by water, River Nile to the east, the North Lake Joga, Lake Victoria, River Amprogoma. And he came with 5 sons, and those 5 sons, he decided to distribute them through the region. That is why, to get a king in Usoga, there must be an election from each of those 5. So democracy actually began long ago in Usoga. Uganda is copying from there. So so we could say the kingdom itself is kind of artificial, having been created in 1939 when the colonialists wanted some form of administration. There was no togetherness. So they got all these principalities, the 5 plus a few others, and then made up the kingdom of Usoga. And that's the kingdom whose main custodian is the Kyabazinga, the king of Usoga, and is the custodian of all cultural heritage, both tangible and the intangible. It is not patented, but at least he is the custodian. By word or by action, what he says is what comes. But he doesn't act alone. Now, these 5 later became 11. There are 11 principalities or chiefdoms, and they also help the Kyabazinga in preserving or conserving the culture and the norms and the values and the traditions. The Kyabazinga has now come up with the idea of sieving, filtering out the good and the bad. There are traditions that he has said should be preserved, conserved, maintained for the future, and there are those that should be discarded, especially those that affect negatively the people of Usoga. So there are others who come in. For instance, we have the clans, 330 clans in Usoga, 330, and each clan having its totem. It could be an animal or a plant. And when it is a totem, it means you don't kill it, you don't eat it. So we conserve wildlife in that way. Some have monkey clans, several birds, and so on. Conservation begins in Usoga. 330 species being conserved because of clans. Then we also have the Usoga Luchiko to check, it's a check to see that the Kyabazinga's acts in conserving the heritage are maintained. And then that's when we come in, the cabinet, the ministers, the members of cabinet, where I am the Minister of Information. So Usoga, Usoga came from Bunyoro, they came from Bunyoro. That's why we welcome everybody from Uganda and elsewhere, but we are also interlinked to all the other people because of our hospitality. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The role of Buganda in Uganda and how we see Buganda in the Uganda of today and the Uganda of tomorrow. Quite aside from the accidental lending of a bastardized form of the name, to the colonial entity. Buganda sits at the center of Uganda, as we all know geographically. And that has rendered Buganda essentially the prototype Uganda, insofar as every community in the functioning of Uganda is here. Buganda has learnt and propagates, one hopes as a good example, the values of tolerance and mutual respect. Everybody should be able to settle, live, free movement of goods, people, and engagement at a personal, institutional level. As my colleague from Busoga has rightly pointed out, and indeed my colleague from Bunyoro, this might also be a factor of the history of all these kingdoms in this region. But I'd like to expand it a little bit wider than just the southern region of Uganda. Actually, there was a lot of interchange and exchange with even the northern and eastern parts of what is now Uganda. Insofar as the idea of the Westphalian model of a kingdom or a community had not come to this part of Africa. There were not firm boundaries. And at the same time, where some might say there were rivalries and ancient hatreds, in fact, we had what was native to this part of Africa, nation building. And that meant, for example, if we read about it in the history of Europe, France was expanding and contracting, as was Germany, as was Austria, etc. The same was happening in this part of the world. It means in many ways that Buganda, as the name suggests, is a bundle of peoples. It's a nation that encompasses many nationalities, native nationalities, some of them expressed in clans, some of them expressed by virtue of when they were assimilated. So you start having classification, as it were, of Abaganda Wau, Abaganda Gere Gere, Abaganda, meaning that it was a concept you could join. And up to today, any person can become a Muganda. This is for Anna Reisman's, for example, benefit by joining a clan. If you join a clan, and there is a ceremony by which you can join any of the 54 clans, you become a Muganda. And if you share the core values which are personified in the Kabaka, who is the pinnacle of our native arrangement. In terms of how that then leads to the social, economic, cultural, and political assimilation of Buganda in Uganda, I really liked how you introduced the subject, that many times in perhaps an effort of isolating and ruling, dividing and conquering, there's been this expression of a Buganda question, which has been premised as something that has to be solved in order for Uganda to thrive. But Buganda is very old and lived with Bunyoro, lived with Busoga, lived with Karagwe in Tanzania and others in the situation that we did and how we did. And perhaps the question properly framed is, how can we teach Uganda, this newcomer, to live with us, all of us, with our situations, with our varying aspirations, and then also perhaps looking, as we should, at our various aspirations and asking ourselves, who is it amongst us that wants to chop down all their forests? I don't think any community wants to do that. I don't know about any community, whether it be in Karamoja or anywhere, that wants its children to be starving or to be living on the streets or to be to have their riches taken away and be told that all your riches live somewhere else, but be happy where you are with the tail end of extraction. This is something that now concerns Bunyoro more than anybody else. If we understand that our aspirations are the same or similar, Buganda's aspiration in this country would be to answer the Uganda question by saying, let's tolerate each other, let's agree that we are made up of an association of us rather than an association that tries to make us, or an association that tries to determine everything and our priorities. Let's have an understanding that enables each one of us to express our internationally recognized rights to self-determination within the confines of Uganda. And when Uganda does that, in my own view, I think we would have rewired it to be looking out for the native interest. That's perhaps what's now called decolonization, because the way it was programmed, the way it's wired, it's always been about holding the native down while natural resources and other things are extracted and taken away. And when you ask the question, hang on a second, why am I being held down? It's said you're not a good Ugandan. And indeed, others are supposed to be very good Ugandans. And they're participating in the extraction and taking away. And they're not asking these questions. But everybody is asking these questions in one form or another. If we then tame this association and make it of us rather than an association that wants to make us it, we will become true Ugandans. And I think step by step, we're moving Uganda into that way, to take that colonial arrogance out of it and get it to recognize us as the constituent parts that create it rather than it dictating who we should be. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We've now been joined, and my instructions end here now, to represent Toro Kingdom, but we've been joined by Charles Mwangu-Shampagi. Charles, we've just been asking the question around how do we imagine our native settlements in this question called Uganda. And I guess the question that I have to ask you is, how does Toro Kingdom imagine itself in this problem called Uganda?
Thank you for holding fort for the time I was unable to get here. Apologies for getting here late. It's not part of the Toro heritage to arrive late. Yes. Yeah, I know we are safely represented. I want to clarify, I do not speak in a strict sense on behalf of the Kingdom of Toro, but I speak as a Mutoro, as a person who has served in the kingdom, in the capacity of a minister, and as a person who's proud of my heritage coming from that part of the country. Now, to pick your question, I believe other discussants have already raised this. Cultural institutions, kingdoms in Uganda look at themselves as nation states. And by being nation states, it means that they are a composition of different peoples. The danger we have suffered in this country is to tribalize these kingdom institutions. So Toro Kingdom becomes a Batoro affair. Buganda becomes a Baganda affair. Bunyoro becomes a Banyoro affair. Busoga becomes a Basoga affair. But if you come to appreciate it from a broader perspective, is that Toro is comprised of different ethnic groups. And I'm deliberately trying to avoid use of the word tribe. Tribes because of the connotations that comes with, but different ethnic groups that at one moment in history lived happily together. Yes, they had formation of nations struggles that are typical of every society that has to evolve. But at some point they reached that harmony where they could live and accommodate one another. And like I heard from Council Mpanga as I was coming in, that we're able to accommodate new people, integrate them, and become part of society. I think Toro and Buganda, to an extent, every cultural institution in Uganda will demonstrate that we've been able to grow and accommodate one another. Now we have more defined geographical boundaries that hold us together, but we are together. Would you go and split how many different ethnic groups comprise Toro Kingdom today? Yes, you can. You can trace back who came in, when they came in, what they've been able to do, and how they've been able to integrate. Has it been all smooth? Sometimes yes, sometimes not. That is who we are. Now, how do we harness that of who we are to put it in the broader context of a country called Uganda to fit in? How do we harness our relations beyond Uganda's borders and look at ourselves as East Africans, as Africans, and what do we gain from one another? How do we grow that? How do we sustain it? How do we make it mutually beneficial to each and every one of us? Are questions that get sidestepped when politics step in, competition for resources comes in, and that somehow raises the tensions. The other question would be, how have we been able to manage those, to resolve them? Can we, in the modern context, be able to effectively deal with them, because the issues that emerge change significantly? I think those are some of the questions we keep asking ourselves, and we continue to ask ourselves. How do we live with them? How do we take them into the future? How do we define that future for us? What does it mean? You realize that in Toro Kingdom, we've had a much more accommodative way for emergence of identity politics. Do you call it that? I think a little bit more tolerance to the recognition of the new cultural institutions in the Toro region. Kasese, I know there's been some letters exchanging hands over the last few days over some tournament. One cultural institution says celebrating 58 years, and Toro says we've been here about almost 200 years as a kingdom. But I think it's been a little bit smoother compared to what has happened elsewhere, and that should point us to where we should be going, where we are at the moment, and what that means for the future. I don't know if that answers your question.
It does, but I maybe if I could start with you and to ask the slightly more difficult question. We have attempted 60 to 66, all the way down to 1995. We've attempted to sort of draw a shared future with each other by this thing called the Constitution, which brings all of us together. But I would say, from my own opinion, for example, Council Mpanga cannot come to Bunyangabo and say this is how land should be passed on. As I'm sure Isagara would also agree, I can't go to Bunyoro and tell them this is how land should be passed on. So the identity question is not just how we tolerate each other, but it's also how we progress and develop. I am able to be who I am because of what my parents were able to do. And my parents are only able to do that because of what their parents were able to do. And when you see that question, and we do this in Toro a lot when we try to trace from the lineage, you realize that progress comes out of identity. And people are very keen about discussing that identity now. This new institution called Uganda transcends both our traditional identities and starts to create some form of new identity. You can now own land in Toro, despite not coming from Toro. And the people of Toro might disagree on whether they've been given good compensation for the land. Some might disagree on how long you should spend on the land. How do you then address those questions that are now very pertinent? For example, Buganda has been the center of Uganda for a long time. And many of us have come here and we indeed own private property that is defended by the state. But that private property belonged to some people before we got onto it. How do we address those teething problems, I would say?
I think we shouldn't. Politics is what clouds that debate more than anything else. It's culturally, cultures are dynamic. They've adapted and adopted to new situations. They've accommodated new people. In the whole of present-day Uganda, one of the major resources that was available since time immemorial that was shared by others was, for example, the Katwe Salt Lake. I mean, salt in Uganda was picked from what is today Toro. Now it has changed over time. Were we able to share that without much conflict? I don't remember Uganda sending an expedition to capture Katwe Salt Lake. When we defeated Bunyoro and became independent as a kingdom, Bunyoro didn't come to fight over Katwe Salt Lake, but at least salt was still able to move. The same, I think, would apply to resources like land and its sharing. If you went to Toro today, or Buganda today, one of the things we'll do in Toro is we will welcome you, integrate you, christen you a pet name, which is a unique identity for the people of Toro. Once we have done that, there's something we call kubukara. Someone mothers you, someone else fathers you, and integrates you. That happens if you get to marry from Toro or into Toro. The family into which you get married will do that for you. That's accommodation already. And that means, as a community, we're willing to share the resources that we have with you. The problem is, when you come and want to assert, Council Panga called it taking away resources. How do you come? How do you want to assert yourself? How do you want to invoke your constitutional right to own? How do you own? Are you owning with fair compensation? Have you followed the processes through which people own land? The people who are not Batoro, who the king gave land to in appreciation, just like the king would give Yampako in recognition that now you're part of us. The problem is the modern day, if we use land grab or resource grab. So because you have a little bit more resources in terms of money than the people you have found, so you come and push everybody around to take from them, and they will accommodate you because the constitution says you can own land anywhere you want within Uganda. Would you come and say, you have a friend, so Raymond Mujuni is your friend, he brings you into the community, he introduces you, says, this is my brother, you get integrated. I think the question of sharing those resources and asserting this broader concept called Uganda gets lost around there. Navigating between who is pushing an advantage that natives didn't have to dispossess them versus who comes and wants to be integrated and become part of that society. The moment we deal with that, I think we are in a much safer position. We will tolerate each other. It has happened since time immemorial. If I could deviate a little bit, when we had our Toro Bunyoro wars, where did the king and his family seek refuge? How were they accommodated where they sought refuge? Were they able to stay for as long as they could? Do we have the reverse happening in different other situations? We have that. Why are we not leveraging that before we go into invoking and reading article this of the Constitution, clause this of the Constitution says ABCD? Which takes precedence? Thank you.
James, I want you to attempt this question too, because and on two fronts, because unlike others here, you've had two other kingdoms created out of you, and so you've had to deal with new ground being created out of old ground. But also the identity question, I know that it's happening currently in Bunyoro because of just the value of land going up over the new finds. I hear a lot of people asking the question of, what is the place of Bunyoro in this establishment called Bunyoro? And what is the place of Bunyoro in this establishment called Uganda? Do you see a problem there? Do you have native institutions that integrate other cultures into Bunyoro? And how smooth is it? What can we learn from Bunyoro, or what can we learn from Bunyoro's failures?
Thank you, and quite an interesting question, I should say. I'll start by saying that the issue of resource, as has been highlighted by my colleague Kanson Panga and Tin Sampagi, is a critical one when we talk about Uganda's future and Uganda's integration. And the cultural institutions have a very big role to play in having this well managed for the continuity of Uganda. When we talk about Bunyoro, we could say we are privileged to find that we have a national oil resource that should benefit everyone. But the pressures, the opportunities, the challenges this comes with needs to be dealt with very carefully for the benefit of the country, but also for the harmony that should come with us as a nation looking to benefit and grow together. As we've said, my colleague here said, we are a union or an association that was formed, and we have a country now called Uganda. But before that, we had our own identities, which, if you trace from one generation to another, those identities have always had people migrating from one point to another, embracing the culture and the values of the people they find in that community, and living together in harmony. Now, that's a perspective that Bunyoro has always been built on. If you ask me the meaning of a Munyoro is not being a Munyoro is not a tribe. A Munyoro is by default, understanding in our culture, a person of respect. That is the meaning of the word Munyoro. Any person who embraces the values, who comes to Bunyoro, embraces the culture, embraces the values, and settles in to live with the community harmoniously, should find a comfortable place to live in Bunyoro. We've had so many new entrants into Bunyoro over time. I would say personally, if I trace back my roots, maybe a couple of centuries or so back, I would find myself to be a Luo. Right now, I speak very fluent Bunyoro. I'm very proud of being a Bunyoro. But when you trace our migration from the historical perspective, the Luo migrations from the north, we came to Bunyoro. We carried with us some traditions. We looked at what was in Bunyoro, we embraced that. We speak Bunyoro, we no longer speak Luo, but we came with the pet names. I'm glad my brother from Toro talked about pet names. These are Luo names that we also gave to the Bunyoro people as a system of respect, a system of identity, a system of recognition of different individuals according to their identity. So we have a lot to share. When you go back to the question of land, yes, there is pressure. Of course, with the national development of the oil and gas sector taking shape in there, there comes with a lot of need for land for the infrastructure, for the people that are coming to work in there, for business, for people that are prospecting, and that definitely causes pressure on the land. The land is not increasing, the people on the land are increasing. That definitely causes a few conflicts here and there, but to know that we have, first of all, the native systems of land ownership, which have always been there, to know that we have a national system that can regulate where the legal systems would be useful, and of course the understanding that as these developments come and these new settlements come into Bunyoro, the identity of these people, the kingdom's role in ensuring there's harmony, but also the interests of the locals being protected, that is ultimate, and that is something that we have at the center of the kingdom's call for ensuring that as these resources are being developed, the interests of the natives are well taken care of, even as we look to ensure that this benefit goes to the national coffers.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Chiwanga, I want to bring into this conversation because when we get an identity, we form some entitlement to things. So, for example, the Busoga would feel entitled to things that happen within Busoga Kingdom and the territorial boundaries of Busoga Kingdom. And that entitlement itself can sometimes be in conflict with other people. And I think that what we're discussing now is really how do we handle conflict over entitlement? Everyone feels entitled in this establishment called Uganda to the thing called Uganda. And in some times we are in competition with each other, but in other times we're in conflict with each other. How would Busoga Kingdom address its conflict with Uganda and Ugandans in general?
Busoga Kingdom, by the way, was a very rich kingdom. In the 40s, Busoga Kingdom gave aid to Britain, about 11,000 pounds in the 40s. Several kingdoms, Teso gave about 15,000 pounds aid to Britain. However, on the issue of identity, politics has come in, manipulation has come in, and so poverty has come in, and when you are poor, it's easy to be manipulated. The kingdoms, for instance, do not collect taxes, even from the resources that they are supposed to own, and therefore the kingdoms kind of beg from Uganda, as Uganda gets the taxes from the kingdom's resources, so they take, and then you have to beg, and then they give you something, and you're supposed to thank, that kind of thing. Let me give you the example of water. Water. Busoga, I told you, is bounded by Lake Victoria, Lake Choga, River Nile, River Mpologoma. Now, that water was for the kingdom, and the people of Busoga were supposed to enjoy that water. It began slowly in 1954 when the dam was constructed, Owen Falls Dam. Later, they kind of said, we are putting another dam, Bujagali, and then they said this water, most of the water is flowing on the other side, therefore it could be for Uganda and not this side, therefore royalties don't go to Soga, they go to the other side. Then later they constructed some other side kind of river at Owen Falls. Then they said, I think this one is now the Busoga water, it's called the Kihira Dam, then the other is Nalubale, that kind of thing. So as we are poor, we now follow the manipulation. All right, we said, okay, the dams are for government, let's have our water. So we went on to do fishing. And all of a sudden, the water stopped being ours. And then the king could not control his people. It is now, the water is controlled. You know, there is an environment problem, a lot of overfishing, and therefore, for that matter, the water is no longer yours. And then the army came in, and we no longer have access to the lake. To have access to the lake, you must go through a tight procedure, and then the fishing, what have you fished, that kind of thing. The Busoga, the resources are not its own. Is it politics, or is it the poverty that has come in? And a lot more is coming in. We now have rare minerals, rare metals in Busoga, yes, in Bugweri and other places. And already, because of poverty, some little money to individuals, and then you must move away, that kind of thing. Even where minerals could be extracted without disturbing the peace of the people, you know, they still move them away. Yet they could do that underground when people are living peacefully. So we no longer have that control. The Chavazinga doesn't have the control because issues have come in and they have manipulated it. For instance, Mpologoma is another river bounding Busoga. It's actually a kind of swamp or wetland or whatever they call it. You know, now people owned land from where they live and up to down in the swamps. That was their land. However, of recent, they said the swamps are not for people. And when you are getting a land title, they measure for you up to somewhere and say, but this is swamp. Swamp is not supposed to be owned by you. Perhaps in the future they'll say, this is a bit too hilly. Hills are not supposed to be owned by you. We don't know what is going to come up. So identity, we're the Busoga, but we are losing it. We are losing the resources slowly by slowly. We can't grow rice in the swamps. They are not ours. World Bank has put in money to make sure Busoga land is, people get titles. And you know, people are getting titles very cheaply. But you know, it's going with a big cost on resources of Busoga. They measure for you up to somewhere and they say, no, this swamp, you now cannot use it. So somebody else must, already now the titles are actually not for us. They are giving the swamps to somebody else we don't know who will now own that other bit there. So that is the situation.
You mentioned water problems, and I looked at my brother Charles Mwangusha there and James. We have a problem also with River Muzizi. I don't think it will be resolved anytime soon. Justice Tabaro, I know you're not part of our panel, but by virtue of sitting there, I can call on you. And in this circumstance, if it pleases you, you might answer. What has been the role of the judiciary and by extension, the role of the rule of law and order in mediating our varying conflicts as natives that live in this entity called Uganda. And maybe also to preface the question, when you're dealing with such a conflict, are you more inclined to preserve the interests of the natives, or are you more inclined to shape a new future in which the conflict has both the natives and the new people encapsulated in the solution?
Thank you very much, Mr. Moderator. I would have wished to talk also on the common factors that bind all people together. But allow me only 1 minute. I was born 77 years ago in what was the Kigezi district. I have since relocated to Toro and I have been given responsibilities in the Kingdom of Toro and other members of my family. So why have I started with that point? When I relocated to Toro, I automatically joined my clan of the Abaziranke and Chima, Chima clan, which is found in Uganda, in Busoga, as well as ancient Egypt, and many other parts of the world. So, although we are different, certainly wherever you go, there is this feeling that all African people are related to one another. And Honorable Mpanga was pointing out that Uganda has accommodated all communities of Uganda. I don't want to disclose the state secrets, so I will stop there. But to go to conflict resolution, all lawyers are aware that the British introduced the adversarial system. Winner, loser in adjudication of cases. That one can create enemies, can create an enmity forever. Whereas in the traditional systems of conflict resolution in Africa, the emphasis is on win-win situation. Win-win situation. Reconcile people instead of declaring a winner and a loser. There are studies which are published. They show that people don't quarrel for the sake of quarreling. They only quarrel when there are conflicts, when their interests come into conflict with one another. The studies that are available show when strangers come to a community, they are regarded with curiosity as well as sympathy. I think for those who would like to do more research, can read this animal called Sheikh Anta Diop. Sheikh Anta Diop. He wrote a book about the cultural unity of Africa. He was also able to show that European civilizations originated from Greece, and Greece had brought his civilization from Black Egypt. Anyway, that's by the way. What is crucial is that if you harmonize people's interests, they are likely to live in harmony. Let us borrow example from European Union. Factory owners can easily get into conflict with the unemployed or the underemployed and so forth. But then as a matter of principle, European Union accepts that if people are unemployed or underemployed, they are nevertheless entitled to observance of fundamental human rights. So they make sure there are welfare provisions for health care, for education, extra. I think that's one of the reasons why now we have less conflict in Europe than earlier on. So, what do we learn? American jurists studied the way Africans, the way Dutch traditional communities, the way Jewish traditional communities in America resolved their disputes. Traditional methods of resolving disputes. And as a result, they decided to apply those techniques, that's under alternative dispute resolution. America pioneered in that field. And here in Uganda, I'm glad you have many lawyers here. I was still serving in the High Court when at first Canadians, then Canadian jurists, then American jurists popularized the idea of win-win situation through declaring winner and the loser. So in the kingdoms, in non-kingdoms, if you harmonize people's interests and make sure everybody is catered for, you can't make everybody equal, but we have resources to cater for everybody. In the Kinyarwanda language, which is spoken where I was born, they have got a system of kurengera. If you are powerful, it is your cultural duty to look after those who are less powerful than you. And then you can harmonize the interests. So, clearly, although Uganda was created by the British, our systems are still basically, the ideas are still intact. We can utilize them and add to what we are now practicing. We have Honorable Sakala, who is in charge of Kabalega Foundation. When I was a resident judge in Fort Portal, I used to look after the Nyoro Kingdom. It's amazing what you see in Masindi. The region, all communities of East Africa and beyond are represented there. And I swear not to disclose state secrets, but I was amazed at this. I must say that the Queen Mother of Nyoro Kingdom, when I went there in 1984, was a natural. Clap for them. So we have capacity to harmonize our people's interests and then march forward. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Justice. You wanted to say something? Okay.
Yes, if I could. And it's really useful that we remember it's the KTA Advocates Symposium. So we bring in a little bit of law. The whole idea of Uganda identity being drawn from, as you said in the beginning, our constitutions. We've failed to understand, in a sense, that constitutions are more than just the document. It's the spirit, the constitutionalism. So the native communities that you have here and that are listening all know that they actually do have constitutions in a form. And I like how His Lordship brought out the point that in Kinyarwanda there's okulengera, which was the value that the chief had to look out for competing interests and make sure. In Buganda, it's okulamula. And Baganda were not ruled, tebafugibwanga. They were judged, okulamula. When the Kabaka hands over the mace of power to the Katikiro, he urges the Katikiro to go out and okulamula of Uganda, which is take the competing interests and balance them, reduce conflict, make sure that everybody is catered for. ensure that, because nobody, if we talk, taking out the resource that you talked about, land, or the resource my colleague here talked about, water, maybe water is consumed, but nobody eats land. And when you find people really bitter about land issues, it's because many times it's the only resource that they have. They feel I have no access to any of the other resources or any of the other things that I would have thought are my entitlement, be it health, be it education, be it electricity, other infrastructure. The only thing that I feel makes me something is this land over here. Then somebody has come there to use it, and I feel that even that has been taken away from me. And suddenly there's this sharp conflict. If people feel that they are, and this is the challenge for Uganda, that they are enabled to access those things that they need in order to achieve their social, cultural, political, economic aspirations, you remove the sharp conflict around questions such as, why is my neighbor not my ethnic community? Because from time immemorial, different ethnicities have been living side by side, and as his lordship says, if there's no threat to one's interest, conflict doesn't arise. And the other thing that drives this conflict in the nature of Uganda is hidden in the history of Uganda. Uganda was founded by the Imperial British East Africa Company. We always forget that at the heart of Uganda lies, that seed, IBEA Co. There's a road just down here, McKinnon Road, is celebrated, still celebrates the memory of the founder of the Imperial British East Africa Company. The Imperial British East Africa Company was a company with shareholders. It raised share capital with a view to coming out to East Africa by royal charter to establish colonies that would enable extraction to take out there. When they failed to run at a profit, they were compensated around 1894. They were bailed out. So even bailouts come with the history of Uganda. And they were given £250,000 in 1894 by Britain, which then took over Uganda and then made it a polity. And I did a quick calculation here, or quick consultation. Apparently £250,000 in 1894 is 41 million pounds today. So these guys, the shareholders, got paid off, and then we were left in this thing which was designed and made for extraction. That automatically set the natives against each other, because I always think that whoever sits where the resident or the representative of the IBEA company set up their head office, and that was Lugard in Kampala, Nakasero Hill, you still have a Fort Lugard up there, and the subsequent buyer of the concession, UK, put it in Entebbe. Everybody always imagines that sitting in Entebbe means I will then have the power to take all the extract all the resources and maybe leave a little bit to the natives. This is what makes the natives bicker against each other. And then also the lie, because it is a lie, that when I get to the Entebbe, my community gets in with me. So I say to them, support me, Abaganda Tulie. You see, or the lie that, if you don't have it, then it's actually always the problem that leads to these conflicts of identity around resources. If everybody is guaranteed their supper, you drive or walk past people's homes every day and they're not from your community, and you never stop and think, those people are very bad, they didn't invite me for dinner, because you have dinner in your house and that's what you're going to eat. If you walked past somebody's home and they were having your dinner, you'd be very angry, and you'd try and ensure that you rescue what you believe to be yours. So it's that kuramura or kulengera, the ensuring that everybody has, and not only has, but feels that they have their thing, that we need to borrow from the native communities and teach Uganda, rather than Uganda constantly keeping us in IBEA company mode and hoping that there'll be a bailout from somewhere. I think that's what we really need to do.
Okay.
Discussant, but I feel obliged to ask for permission to air this. We had a famous professor here in Uganda called Professor Mazurui. He was from Kenya, but he taught here for a long time. He was more or less a Ugandan. He pointed out that in Africa there is short hate memory. Short hate memory. Let me illustrate, and I beg. Does anyone know of invasion of Rwanda by Uganda in this room? Exactly. In Uganda Notes, which is regarded as the first newspaper to be published, there is that aspect. And then Rwanda also invaded Buganda. We don't know because we have short hate memory, for sure. Not that we are angels, but I think we need to find out how this developed. But by virtue of our culture, we have a short hate memory, which is an advantage. With that approach, we can move forward. Tawaro can move from Kisoro and become a Mutoro. A Mutoro can become a Munyoro. Munyoro can become a Musoga and so forth. Thank you very much.
I'm going to ask Joel, who's joined us. I don't know if you've paid your share of the 40 million, but you're welcome to the Ibiako table now.
So, okay. Thank you very much, Raymond, and the organizers for putting together this space. Maybe just to say, I've been very enriched by the conversations that we've had here. I'd just like to say to the minister from Busoga that my name is Basoga. So in some way I am connected to the kingdom. I come from the Baisegaga clan. So that's where I come from. For me, I just wanted to say two things. One, the conversations here reminded me of, a character in Things Fall Apart, Chinua Achebe's creation, especially his statements, Mr. Oberika, who makes statements on what the British were doing and how it affected the Igbo culture in what we refer to as Nigeria today. He says that the British have put a knife on the things that have held us together, and we have fallen apart. I think obviously it goes without saying from the context of this discussion, there's a strong presupposition that when the British cooperation or government came to the territories that existed at that time, there was an intention to break the bonds that existed, and that was done in very many ways, one of which was importing laws from England, but also, dividing, so much so that, one of the contentions in Things Fall Apart was that a white man's court would decide how people would own culture, own property in the Igbo culture. So I think that's perhaps an important point that I think perhaps could resonate with some of the undertones of the conversation we've had. And the second point I'd like to make is about resource sort of like allocation. Societies, whether states or nations, they are predicated on how resources are allocated. And I think land has always been very critical. And I think even for the nations that exist in Uganda, how land is allocated, how the central government interferes with land ownership is important. And I think as a practicing lawyer, most of the cases that people do relate to land, and some of these disputes go back to over 60 years, and I find that very interesting. And I see that, for instance, in most cultures, land had a very communal element, but also the monarchs that led the communities they were trustees in some way. And so I feel like I'm not sure how, in the advent of the land allocation system that we have, how we can link that to the roots of the different nations in Uganda, and how we can minimize on the disputes that arise. But I think any solutions that deal with resource allocation, especially land, are very, very critical to any harmony that we may have as a state, as in Uganda, or as nations, as the different nations that are represented here. So I just thought to say those two things, and thank you very much.
Thank you. And I just thought of chipping in at this point, reflecting on what our brothers just shared, and what Justice Tabaro shared, and what my brother here shared. We look at Uganda, but from his sharing and from Justice Tabaro, we realize that the challenges that we have, I think now take us to the subject of our discussion. Is it a Ugandan problem? Is it an African problem? When we look at the colonial systems and the challenges that they came with, we now see that we actually go beyond Uganda. Because if you talk of Bunyoro, before the colonial government, Bunyoro used to extend into the current Congo. It used to go, at some point, as I said, kingdoms used to expand and reduce at different times. It used to go all the way to Rwanda. You've talked about the invasion. It used to go all the way to Kenya at some point. It used to go into the Sudan area. But all that was, and maybe if I could reflect on the Kabadega Foundation and why 100 years on, we still celebrate Omukama Kabalega, even with all the other monarchs we've had. Because he had the, what we would call the Pan-African agenda, which I think beyond Uganda we need to think about, the expansionism and his aspirations to try to rebuild the former Kitara was most times it's often misunderstood as you've heard of some people talking about him as an aggressor. But I think he had a dream of reuniting the people of Africa because we share so much in common. We have so much that we shouldn't be brought down to these smaller geographical areas. And I think as we discuss this subject, talking about cultural institutions and their role in either preserving the heritage that we have or shaping the future, we need to talk about this in relation to the African context as a people. I think that's where our value in the long term lies, much as we have our smaller diversities. All this should be united towards one thing, that is the development of our people in Africa, and towards making sure that our identities, our aspirations in the futures that we look forward to are clearly safeguarded in all these discussions.
All right, thank you. You want to go next?
Thank you very much. Your honorable, the kingdom representatives. First and foremost, I just want to thank you for the great insights and just being able to go deep into our cultural heritage. For me personally, it's nostalgic because in as much as you've been talking about people moving from one kingdom to another, I come from a generation where my grandfather came from Yemen. And yeah, Justice Tabaro knows about my family. So he came from Yemen. I never got to meet him, but I used to hear about these stories. And he migrated and settled first in the Kingdom of Toro. So thank you so much. And later on settled in Kasese. And that's where we have our roots. So as Mahani said, I don't really have an ethnic name or tribal name. Meanwhile, as this is happening with my father's side, on my mother's side, my grandfather was migrating from India and was welcomed in Buganda. And he settled there, and eventually everything started assimilating. The issue, or maybe my question is, where are the cultural institutions when the constitution conversations were happening. I know this is something that is being discussed a lot. In terms of when do you speak for this kind of integration? The constitution came up, and I love the fact that you said we all existed before Uganda. So either do we integrate into Uganda, or does Uganda integrate into us, something like that. I just love that statement. So for me personally, and my father, who has really been very keen on identity, we grew up in Kastese, he's done so many things. For those who know the Sad family, we have schools, we've done so much. Honorable Justice Tavaro met with my dad. They did business at one point in time. They did a lot of development there. But I still struggle with identity. When I go to get a passport, I'm not a Ugandan. And I have so many of my people with the same issue. So the tribe vis-a-vis ethnicity is still a resounding problem. But from hearing the conversations here, and because we are here to discuss solutions, it is a problem anyway. We've had the Rwandese, we've had Indians, we've had people who are like me, but we still struggle with identity because I'm not Nanjego, or no offense to any Nanjego, please. But I'm just saying I don't have that tribal, or I don't know how to call it, but you'll guide me. So it's a struggle. I identify as Ugandan. I love Uganda. I sit and talk to my children about Uganda, So, and I know there's so many people, you see people, Indian heritage, Arab heritage, but we assimilated. Years even before the constitution. My grandfather came in, I think it was 1910 or something. So my question, again, I had digressed a bit, is to the cultural institutions, the people who are holding this culture, who understand the history, the connotations, the Ubuntu, the assimilation, the acceptance. Where are we when our politicians start politicizing culture? Where are we when we are having tribal vis-a-vis ethnicity conversations? Is there room to kind of bring these two together and have institutions represented in parliament? Not for just the political bit of it, but to come and pound in this issue and say, stop segregating these people. I look the way I look because partly I'm Ugandan. My grandmom was from Toro Kingdom. Again. Yes. Yeah, my granddad was, he went picking wives from most of the areas. He moved until he finally settled. So he had about 4 wives, a Mutoro from the Babito clan, a Munyoro, a Mukonzo, eventually because he was Muslim and polygamist. But what I'm saying is, it was so nostalgic because it kind of reminded me of the things I go through in my own country, as Asmahani said, trying to get a passport, trying to have conversations with people in public offices, and the first thing they ask you is, where do you come from? You Asmahani said, who are you? And I'm like, I don't need that question now. I'm a Ugandan, first of all. I have a national ID. Like, I don't even want to qualify that. I just don't want that question. So I think the root cause for me, perhaps, is we are missing this conversation at that level. Otherwise, the Uganda and the ethnicity and our people, I don't see this consistently or sustainably moving us into the next and next generation. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I think I want my panelists just have a go at the question, then we'll come to you. The question of assimilation and integration of cultures. Maybe we start with you, Charles.
Thank you. I feel what Asmahani is saying, but it goes back to what Council Mpanga talked about. A bear core. Once a business came and took over and tried to cobble together a country called Uganda for purely business interests, came to a point when it decided to sell out to the British government and the monarchy, actually not the British government, but the monarchy. And the monarchy took over this territory to control for business interests, but you have to do a lot of management to make sure you're managing these people and potentially turning a profit out of it. When they paid £250,000 to a bear core, none of these Ugandan cultural institutions or kingdoms were a shareholder or benefited any cent out of it. In fact, what happened is, once they established here, they started parceling out what they thought could appease or keep these entities comfortable. Bunyoro, which fought, got the lowest deal out of this arrangement. Those who collaborated got a better deal out of it. The bigger challenge is when we created a constitution, when we got independence in 1962, created a constitution, we forgot what constituted us. We picked from what happened. My grandfather accompanied the king of Toro to go to those Lancaster discussions. Every king with a delegation were carried from here to Lancaster to discuss a new constitution that didn't constitute us. And for the last 62 years, we are struggling with that constitution negotiated in Lancaster to try and accommodate each one of us. But what is the history? And as Mahani gives you what exactly we are. We had a crisis in Toro recently. The king appointed a new prime minister. The new prime minister happens to be lighter skinned than most of us. His heritage is exactly what Asmahani has gone through. And we had a struggle. Who is he? How do we accommodate him? What clan do you belong to? Who is your grandfather? And we had an intense debate. But to answer the question, where are we in these conversations? We haven't been invited to the table to discuss as we are. We got the mural that represents us at the entrance of Parliament, but that's as far as we go. We haven't had that honest conversation, and yet we need to have it. Have we tried in our own ways as a people, not even necessarily as institutions, to accommodate one another? We have. And I'm proud that the king of Toro stood his ground and said, okay, you can make all the noise you want. This is the person I've appointed as my prime minister. He is a Mutoro as far as I'm concerned, because he integrated. Justice Tabaro told you he's held responsibilities in the kingdom. He's not the first. Because once you get into, then you belong. It is only at a higher level of the politics we're beginning to split hairs on who belongs where, how do we identify them. I've had experiences with dear Banyarwanda friends struggling to get a Ugandan passport. There's a girl who worked with at the Monitor, and she struggled. She had no other existence apart from being Ugandan, and she was being tossed everywhere. I remember going to try and cause a meeting with the Minister for Internal Affairs in the boardroom to say, what do you want this girl to do? She belongs here. She's as native as they come, but you're telling her, tell us your clan, tell us this, tell us how many generations. I mean, it doesn't make any sense. When does this get heated up? Why have we kept it bubbling for so long? Why haven't we settled those issues? We have a lot of mixed race people in Toro, for example, like we have in any other part of Uganda. I mean, we're all coming from somewhere. If we dig up our histories, all of us come from somewhere else where we don't find ourselves today. Why at the political level are we not accepting that, accommodating each other as we are? And I say this, it's a bit controversial. A country like Uganda, in my opinion, is a country still in formation. We shouldn't have time to say, these are Sudanese. I mean, what makes someone a more useful Sudanese, Somali, Kenyan, Tanzanian? What makes me more important than that other person in this polity called Uganda? That's a conversation. We should, as much as possible, follow King Kabalega's example. Expand, grow,
Charles,
accommodate. Yes.
The reason I want to also ask you this question is because you ran in an election in a constituency that sits between what are different identities. We still consider everyone in that polity to be a Mutoro, but people consider themselves to have come from elsewhere. And did you see in the time that you were running for that election, did you see a chance for you to have an honest conversation with the people in that constituency to say, we all belong into this thing called Toro Kingdom, we all belong into this thing called Uganda, and I'm seeking to represent you in the Parliament of Uganda? Did you see a chance for that honest conversation, or was it actually a confrontational conversation?
Personally speaking for myself, I never saw the confrontation, because I kept telling people that I have not seen the difference between Epua Mutoro, Epua Mukonjo, Epua Muchiga, Munyarwanda, Mufumbira. They're all the same. The rich work together. As Mahani just told you, her father, resource sharing. So who is going telling people, you know what, if this Mutoro wins, they're going to chase away all Wafuruji. If the other person, we must protect ourselves. And sadly, it stops at we must protect one another. Once they get into office, that protection disappears. Everybody goes back to default settings. The poor fend for each other, as they have always done. The rich do business together, as they have always done. And the other person gets out of the picture. So you will not see the ethnic tensions emerge until politics time. You end the politics, people get back together and work together. You come to Uganda and say, etakaliani, the Kabaka. It means you don't own it. So why are you defending Kabaka to own the land when you actually are not an owner? You're just a squatter. The things emerge. The politics, conflict for, fight for resources emerge at those particular moments. And particular individuals will sharpen those disagreements or will reduce them depending on the outlook towards how we share this thing called Uganda.
Very briefly, on Asmahani's very critical point, Uganda struggles with the cases that Asmahani brings out because Uganda, as my brother here says, is still a nation in formation, and to a certain extent, because of its IBA core heritage, does not have native rituals that assimilate. So we have a chapter in the Constitution, chapter 3, which talks about citizenship. And it's very clear that Asmahani, by the chapter 3 definition of citizenship, or her sisters, brothers, is a Ugandan. But the official who is officiating the handing out of national IDs or passports struggles with the idea of Asmahani being a Ugandan because of, sadly, the other thing that comes from chapter 1 of the chapter 2, article 5 of the Constitution, which talks about the territory of Uganda and the schedule that has the native communities in the territory of Uganda. If you went to the Hansard of the Constituent Assembly when the 1995 Constitution was being written, and it's a lineal successor to the Lancaster House one, I haven't checked, but I'd like somebody to check for the debate on Article 5, Sub-Article 3, the territorial boundary of Uganda, which is set out in the second schedule. I'd like to see how long was spent and what contributions were made. I assume that actually it was taken as given that Uganda is as was drawn. That feeling of that drawing is what causes Uganda, the state, to other people that it can't quite understand how, even though in chapter 3, it's if you were here in 1910, whatever you're in 1926, etc., you're Ugandan. You can become Ugandan by registration, foundlings, and all those things. But they still want to know why are you now? In a native setting, if I may take it in a different way, we talked about clans. These clans cross many communities from one to another, and they're often patrilineal. In Buganda, in your patrilineal clan, there are certain things that are done by clan members only. But in all important functions and rituals, there are certain things that must be done by children of the girls, Abajua, children who would be from another clan. So on my mother's side, if it is last funeral rites, there's certain things that only I can do because I'm a child that is born of the Nsene clan, but come from another clan. It makes sure that I am not excluded. In the feasting, in the engagement, there's something that brings me in. What is it that Uganda does to ensure that people who are not, who could have been othered are not othered? Those are the things that make perhaps Uganda, the association, should learn from the natives. That, these people used to take some extra effort to ensure that the assimilated did not feel excluded. But of course, there's certain aspects where they might say, yes, this is only for Ugandans, and this happens everywhere. But, the test, how do you do that? How do you do that without othering? How do you do that without making a person feel bad? Because there'll be certain things where they'll say, yes, that's done for you in your clan. When your turn comes, that will be you, but your participation is here. It's those kinds of things. Removing of conflict. Again, I come back to Justice Tavaro's thing. Making sure that people don't feel that their interests are excluded.
Something quick to just add on what my brother has said. When it comes to the geographical boundaries of Uganda, I think we have a challenge that we as a country may need to look at and see if we can address, because it will live with us and it will continue affecting our social fabric and also affecting the people who come to our country who would add value to us. He has talked about a couple of things. Mr. Mpagi talked about the value that comes with knowing that people can come to our communities and embrace our ways of life and integrate with us. I'll give you a peculiar example that as Bunyoro, whenever we hold a coronation ceremony, we have delegations coming from Congo. These people speak Runyoro. They have the names, they have the pet names. We have delegations coming from Tanzania, Karagwe. They speak Runyoro, they have our names, they have pet names, but they are looked at as Tanzanians, they are looked at as Congolese, and we would want these people to come and associate with their heritage, and that's what we're talking about. That if you talk about Uganda, it locks them out, but by their heritage, they are part of us. So how do we address that? I think it's a discussion we need to have at a national level where we have to think about how we become more integral with the mindset, with the knowledge that this boundary was just drawn by the foreigners just for their own interest, but not for the interest of our people. So I think that discussion needs to go to our national assembly and maybe the parliament and our leaders to take interest in that. We talk about that as Justice Tawaro said, do we start thinking about how cultural institutions get represented at that national level, not because of political voting, but by virtue of the fact that they hold a stake in the country that we call Uganda, and they would better represent the interests of their people at that level. That's a discussion that we would want to interest ourselves in. Thank you.
The lady whose roots are in Yemen, where were we as cultural institutions? Constitutions are made and then nothing is done. It's discouraging. The Constitution of 1962 faded just like that, and then there were no cultural institutions. We could have had an input in the 1995 Constitution, but the kingdoms had only just been reinstated. We hadn't organized ourselves. Perhaps we would have put an input. I mean, if the Constitution had have the armies represented in Parliament, all others are represented, perhaps we would have input that cultural institutions are also represented in Parliament. So the manipulation I talked about, that is the problem.
All right, thank you. We'll just, by way of conclusion, have one question and one question from you, and then we'll get back to the panel and finish. So I think we'll start with you. Sorry, Justice. Even if I could say no, I have no capacity to.
I last accessed, I think it is in Botswana. Cultural institutions have representatives in one of the houses of parliament. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that addition.
Well, good afternoon. My name is Peremba Isau Collins. I am from, thank you. I'm from Butaleja district, that is Banyole. We are a chiefdom, I believe. The rest of our tribe mates are in Kenya, settled around Kisumu, the Luya, part of that Luya tribe. Every year, just to add on to what he said, every year they come through and converge just to get to know more about our tribe and their natives or relatives. Then mine speaks to chiefdoms. When I look at all this table, it has kingdoms. You know, the same problem that affects Busoga, it affects the Banyole. When you look at River Mpologoma, water crosses through that's from the Elgon, River Manafa, back to Dohorai, down to Dohorai scheme, and then straight to River Mpologoma. Now we have a resource problem, which is the swamp. At one point, it was almost being taken away, but the president gave it to us because that is our source of income. Now, his lordship talked about the culture in Rwanda where the big dogs or the rich people would look after these small ones, the ones that were struggling. Can we have kingdoms help out the chiefdoms to resolve whatever issues that they can have? Because the same problems, again, affect all of us. Can we decolonize? Because when the colonialists came, we had the divide and rule policy affecting all of us. So is there a way that we can unite just to ensure that we all grow at the same pace without outsetting the power of the Constitution? Can we have that to help all of us out?
All right, thank you for your question. You want to go with your question, then we'll answer all of them together.
Okay, thank you. My name is Kubetekeria Cedric. I am a Musoga. I come from Maige district, and I'm a Muisemu area. Now, my question my question is in line with the artifacts that the colonialists took to the Europe, and recently they brought back about 39 artifacts back into Uganda, and also other African countries have also tried to do the same. So I would like to know how the kingdoms in Uganda have been able to get those artifacts back to their particular kingdoms. Is it difficult? Because as I was reading that article, I think it was in New Vision, one of them said that they had to pay $100,000 in order to get them back, which is quite absurd because it belongs to us. So I would like to know how the kingdoms have been able to maneuver through that issue. Thank you.
All right. Can we take her question and then we close the interaction, and then because I'm bound by time now, so let's take her question and we'll negotiate for new time with Kenneth at some point.
All right, thank you so much. All protocol observed. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I have one or two questions. The first one is, what are the most effective ways to preserve cultural heritage in a rapidly globalizing world? Do you think there are specific traditions or practices that are being at risk? And secondly, how do you think can cultural heritage be protected in regions that are being faced by political instability? Thank you so much.
All right, I think let's then have a go at those, and then we will come to Natif after this round. So maybe, Charles, you could start by answering the question about how can kingdoms help chiefdoms. I know that Toro has rich history in integrating chiefdoms into the Parliament of Toro.
Rich history? Yeah, that's. I see a member of the royal family, royal clan, within the audience here. We've had our issues, but yeah, before these things emerged in the 70s, the Rukurato had representation from from most ethnic communities that were in the kingdom. So, like I said, the disruption is political. Once the politics got into the way, in a different way from how our societies managed themselves before, then things went haywire. The Rwenzururi War was out of that. Today, what has been the accommodation? If the people of the Rwenzori, that's former Busongora and Bukonzo counties, decided they want to go their own way, you don't fight a very long drawn-out war. You let people be, but you find, so as Mahani says, I used to belong to Toro Kingdom, but I am now from Kasese. That was Toro Kingdom. All of it was Toro Kingdom. We'll extend it, and Awake from Bunyoro will tell you, that used to be Bunyoro Kingdom. So we must be able, at some level, to accommodate some of what we have. And the question was, looking into the future, we must go back on the drawing board and say, what do we keep from heritage? What do we have today? What do we carry into the future? How do we accept that for over 100 years today, we've been an entity called Uganda, and we can't reverse that. We must accommodate each other in this entity called Uganda. What can we preserve from where we came from? Simple things. If people belong to an area, they have integrated, that has become their identity. Don't take them through loops to give them the recognition they need, because they need a document to travel on, to identify one another. I think that's one way. How do you support chiefdoms? Chiefdoms existed. You see, if you look at every kingdom, he said, what you have on the table are kingdoms, ignoring chiefdoms. They belonged somewhere, and they were accommodated in. So Kochi in Buganda didn't have major problems. When they emerged, they knew how to sort them out. The Masaza, Bukonjo, Songora, Wamba, Kiaka, Kivale, they knew how they accommodated one another. If we take it back to that, we will get there. The problem is, chiefdoms are suffering because we, over the last few years, tried to politicize them. So recognize and promote to create the conflict, divide and rule. That's a bear company. That's how it did its business here.
Very quickly on the question of how can chiefdoms, kingdoms, native communities, let me put it that way, work together. We can and should work together to learn from each other and build each other up. I think the idea, again, that for the nation to thrive, the tribe must die, I think it's attributed to Samora Machel, is actually a genocidal statement. If we engage and understand ourselves to associate in that way, then we should have means by which we can support each other and learn from each other where contests arise. And there's no reason why, for example, if the sharp contestation is between Baganda and Banyala, advice may not be taken from Banyankori on how to resolve that. If there are questions on ethnicity, on custom, etc., there's no reason why, if there's a sharp contestation around a river mouth between Busoga and Banyoli, as I understood my brother here to be saying, that Bunyoro or Buganda or another community should not help those brothers understand, because as his lordship said, the whole idea of native dispute resolution entailed understanding the dispute, the causes of the dispute, but resolving them in a manner that does not create sharpness, that doesn't have people, gladiators clashing and then one winning. If people can go away on that basis, so I think it's one of those things that we really should look at and try to achieve. On the looted artifacts, if I may come up on that point, some of the artifacts that were looted from Buganda. They were kept in a museum in Cambridge, and they've been returned to Uganda, but not returned to the Kingdom of Buganda. We don't yet know exactly what conditions or conditionalities will be established for the return of those artifacts. In different countries, they've been returned on loan, in inverted commas. The arrogance of the looter saying, I'm lending you your artifacts back. Some of the things that we've heard have been, they'd like to inspect the places where these artifacts are to be stored now that they've been restored. We would like to think that comes from a good place, insofar as they might just be thinking, okay, this is human heritage, you would like to ensure that they're not lost. But what if, as a native custom, those artifacts were supposed to be lost? They were supposed to be left to rot, and that's part of what, I'm not saying that's what it is, but God forgive me the arrogance of saying, I'd like to see where you're going to keep this thing now that I've brought it back. Bring it back and leave it with me and let me handle it the way I should. So we're not yet very clear, to be honest, what or how they're going to actually restore them. And some of them are very precious. All of them are precious, but some of them are, sacred and ought to be treated in that way. And the manner in which they're stored or kept or treated is not one in native custom that would be broadcast to everybody. And it would be known by those who need to know. So one hopes that the Uganda Museum and the people that sent them back will give them back to their owners, and that their owners will be able to treasure them and preserve them for posterity.
Mr. Mfanga,
and Council Panga talks about that thing. The arrogance of saying, these belong to you, but I don't trust that you take good care of them. It takes you back to Australia and the Aboriginal children. They are children, but we can't trust that you can take proper care of them. So we need to provide them better care. So that's the question of these artifacts. But maybe Unyoro will talk about, and there are even bigger things to deal with. Those questions about reparations, compensation for the abuse, what was taken, you bring them back today, what's the value lost over the time value of those assets, of those artifacts? Where are you factoring it in? How do you compensate people for that loss? I mean, people have been paying you to come to your museums and see them. You've been earning from them. It takes us back to the conversation of extraction and dispossession.
All right. So I'll take these two, and then we'll definitely have to close because I'm sure Kenneth hasn't authorized. I don't want to be a colonizer on time because we have another session coming up. So Natif and him, and then we'll get back to our panel and conclude.
Hi, my name is Anthony Natif. I'm from Public Square. I'm really so glad to sit in an area and listen to these conversations. There's not many spaces in Uganda where you actually have these conversations. So thank you, KTA, CAS, and everyone who put this together. Now, I'm seated next to Justice Tavaru and a very preeminent attorney there and a Buganda guy. And I'm listening to you guys talk about decolonization.
We're called those Baganda.
Yeah, those Baganda. I'm listening to you guys talk about decolonization and, when I was driving here, I drove on Mackinnon Road. And I listened to OHT Wampanga talk about Ibeaco. And I'm like, what does it plant in my head if I'm coming to have a decolonization conversation and to come here I have to drive on Mackinnon Road? What does it mean when the Speaker of the House says those Baganda? What does it mean when you speak decolonization and you're not willing to go to the pre-colonial societal arrangements? Are we really talking decolonization or just a cosmetic process? OHT Wampanga referred to the 1962 Constitution, different than that other Republican Constitution that Obote put in place, 66, 67. The magic of that Constitution was it created Uganda emerged as a federation of its constituent parts, and it ceded autonomy to Ankole, Bunyoro, Toro, Buganda, and Busoga as a chiefdom. The 1995 Constitution then comes into place. The 1995 Constitution then comes into place and restores those kingdoms, but takes away the autonomy. So essentially, the 1990, while OHT Wampanga says it's a direct replacement, really, in certain ways of the 1962 Constitution, But there was a sleight of hand there that the people who promulgated that constitution are not willing to accept. You basically returned pseudo-autonomy to the kingdoms and the chiefdoms and took away any sort of power that allowed people to organize along those lines. Now, when you come to the law, good, we have seasoned scholars of the law here. The assumption was you would find a way of aligning, say, our common law and criminal law with our traditional law. But then you find that it's very difficult, especially on the criminal law perspective, if you're talking decolonization and embracing the way we govern ourselves as a society. You find that the criminal law, with its statutory nature, it's going to be very difficult to align its thinking with our traditional thinking. Say, for instance, if in the Acholi society people embrace matoput, how much of that is going to be respected by a judge in the High Court of Uganda? So if you're talking decolonization, why shouldn't a matoput event supersede the decision of the High Court of Uganda? So where do we find that redress within the law? And for me, really, if we can't answer that question, if we can't contend with that question, I feel like we're just wasting a lot of time. We need to be able to have a very comfortable conversation and say, how does a person who identifies as a Buganda nationalist, how does someone who identifies as a Mugisu find his place in Uganda? And how is that rooted within the law? And I don't think we're going to find answers there, but I'm just planting these questions out there so that we go back and look at where the 1995 Constitution actually returned the air.
That's a difficult way to look at the Constitution, but do you want to ask your question and then we can get to them?
Thank you all. My name is Ronald Nahura. Thank you, Raymond, for giving me the opportunity. I am from Masindi. Again, very interesting for a Nahura to be coming from Masindi. So I think as a country, we have a very serious problem. There's this growing feeling that almost every indigenous community in Uganda should have a cultural institution. In the recent past, we've seen tribes, for example, the Baruli in Nakasongola wanting to break away from Buganda, the Bagungu in Bunyoro wanting to have their own cultural institution. So my question to the panelists here is, how can we tame this growing feeling in our indigenous communities that almost every tribe that is recognized by the Constitution, I think Schedule 3 of our Constitution, we have about 65 tribes, yeah? So how do we tame this growing feeling that almost every tribe in Uganda should have an independent cultural institution, which, I mean, most of these tribes have been belonging to about 4 kingdoms and about 8 chiefdoms for time millennial. And I think it's a serious problem if we don't deal with it, because I think at one time we will see clans demanding for autonomy to break away from cultural institutions. So that's my question to different panelists.
All right, thank you so much. So I think we'll start here, but also as you make your response to questions, you also make your concluding remarks because we have to wind up. Thank you.
Thank you. Usoga is a bit different. We have 11 chiefdoms and they participate in the kingdom. For instance, 5 of those chiefdoms vote the Chabazinga into place. However, of recent, like he says, some chiefdoms want to become kingdoms, but I think it is out of politics and I think money. Recently, I think it was announced that every kingdom gets a certain amount of money, and that amount of money is big, and then if I become a kingdom, that kind of thing. Then the only unfortunate thing is that there is no criteria a chiefdom, a kingdom, where is the boundary, and then some want to become kingdoms, but there's who decides who becomes a kingdom. There seems to be only one or two people who can decide that, and then they pour money into that. So it is bringing a lot of conflict. In Busoga, we have a chiefdom which has decided not to be part of Busoga, but is there and is waiting for the opportunity that some forces will say, you are now a kingdom, that kind of thing. So politics has made smaller chiefdoms or tiny places to become big. I must say, cultural heritage, with such influences, modernity, modernization, we are likely to lose out some values, norms, traditions. In due course, they have been preserved a bit in the past. In the present, their language, for instance, is being disorganized. We are trying to write books. We have a Minister of Culture who has written a book, another Busoga, so that the future can look at that. But we seem to be getting out of it. Money is coming in, politics is coming in. But with this symposium, if we could have other arrangements, of course I copy a leaf here and wish to organize something in Busoga so that we can also put our heads together, dialogue, and find a way, how do we preserve culture? I'm sure with the intellectual property rights coming in, perhaps we could have some patented in the future so that they remain ours. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you. James, do you want to go next?
Sure, thank you for the submissions, and they're all very insightful. I think it's a right discussion we're having at the right time. I reflect on our speaker from the public square. The discussion of decolonization needs to be high on our agenda because that comes with a lot of things that we need to change in our systems, including our boundaries, as I earlier said, including the constitutions that were partly handed to us and maybe just a bit modified in 1995, to ensure that the aspirations of our people can be reflected in these documents that now come in to manage our societies. When it comes to the kingdoms and chiefdoms, we need to appreciate and understand the historical relations of these different entities. These organizations of people have always existed, but how are we managing? And that's why the need for empowering the culture institutions more to be able to have a bit of control of their affairs, not purely resting with the political systems, should be very much a thing to think about, so that we have harmony in our societies. When it comes to the aspect of ensuring that cultural institutions can have a continuity in the modern age, as one of our speakers mentioned or inquired, we need to innovate. We need to ensure that we have a system that evolves with the times, to ensure that we reflect on our strengths in our culture and leverage this to drive our agenda in the future. Personally, I believe the cultural institutions are still very relevant in this age, and we need to ensure that we embrace and encourage a system where culture lives with us even as we move into the modern era that we're in. Thank you.
Yeah, very quickly. Perhaps one of the drivers of people feeling that they need to have a traditional institution is something that my colleague from Busoga has mentioned. Incentivization. These things are driven by incentivization. People feel at a certain level that they might be able to extract more if they create a historical, a cultural institution, which can then be called cultural institution or a kingdom, in order that they may access certain funds. We need to resolve those resource competitions. We need to go into true inclusion, which enables, and I think my colleague here talked about Luchiko or Rukurato representation, but meaningful participation. Those things that are left for the Vajwa in certain things, or those things that are preserved for particular clans. So this clan is are the ironmongers or ironsmiths. These ones are the hunters. These were all mechanisms of ensuring that disparate peoples could work together and live inclusively and enjoy their diversity at the same time. So the negative incentivizations that create the need to carve out a kingdom and exclude others, we hope those don't succeed and are not encouraged in order that we can have unity in our diversity. To deal with Mr. Natif's question very briefly on, decolonizing the law, how do we ensure that the law works more in tandem with the native aspirations than the other way around? I was looking very quickly for a statistic. I think it came from the Hill study of the justice, law and order sector, but I couldn't find it. But I was alarmed to find that only certainly fewer than 10% of disputes in Uganda are resolved in courts, Ugandan courts of law. The rest of the disputes are actually resolved in alternative dispute mechanisms, many of which are family, clan, or community-based. The formalization of that and recognition of that process, to my mind, would do a lot for us to be honest. Like us having this conversation here is a great step towards honesty about how we organize ourselves. If in the justice, law and order sector there was an honest discussion to say actually a lot of the majority of the disputes are being handled somewhere other than in courts, how do we get those resolutions registered or formalized and therefore enforced in perpetuity, rather than leaving them to memory or recognition at a local level, will take us further in the decolonization of legal systems. Understanding again that, and I say this perhaps by way of conclusion, that we are one in many ways. I'd like to pick from my brother Isagara's point. We're one in very many ways. The name Mpanga is named in Uganda, in Congo, in Zambia. When my nephew did very well in exams in England, the Zambian newspapers reported that a Zambian has excelled at A-levels because they saw the name Mpanga and assumed Mpanga must be a Zambian. The name Banjwa, which is my son's name, is a name that is common in Zimbabwe, in Zambia, in DRC. Somebody talked about artifacts. The looted Mpanga head, the Luzira head taken from Mpanga Hill in Luzira. The kind of terracotta work is found in another archaeological site in South Africa, which is called Kwagandaganda. Anybody who knows Bantu languages, Kwa is of. So that place must have been of Baganda or something like that, so KwaZulu. So somewhere in South Africa is a Kwagandaganda, which has similar terracotta work, suggesting maybe people went from here to there. We're one in very many ways. If we celebrate this oneness and find ways of okuramura, ensuring that our interests are protected and not threatened by our differences, I think that cultural institutions have a great role in doing this. They're the ones that enter people's homes. The state of Uganda stops at police posts or magistrates' courts, which we can't get to, or LCs. Each cultural institution here goes into somebody's home because it determines how you name your child, what food you eat, your dress, etc., etc. You can't keep that away from nation building. You can't say it's historical to be preserved in a museum. Rather, how do we modernize it, harness it to the nation building process properly, and make sure that we build viable states that work for us, an association that is ours, rather than us being owned by the association. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to ask other people to waive their right to speak, and I hope that Justice Tabaro's short-haired memory works here, that you don't hate me. By way of mediation, we shall continue the conversation, I'm sure, outside of here, and anyone who has questions that are direct to the panelists, they might be here for another 10 to 15 minutes, so you can directly ask them that question. So I want to hand this over to Kenneth instantly. Yes.
All right. much. Thank you very much for your time. I think let's transition immediately to the first side, but before that, we can grab something to eat and then go directly to the first side chat. Thank you very much for your time. Thank you.
I didn't mean to hurt you, I swear. I never wanted to leave you in despair.
Robert Kalundi Serumaga, Mr. Robert Kalundi Serumaga.
Somewhere having coffee.
Okay. And also Mr. Christopher Seboyonjo.
Different actors who compete with, for best ideas for the society. And we have partnered with KTA on this symposium because we believe that we have interests in common and share values to drive the individual responsibility and the competitiveness. KTA upholds very strong the idea that intellectual property should be safeguarded because it is an important milestone to develop the society. And we also believe that this is true because those who have creative ideas, those who innovate, their ideas should be protected for at least a certain time so that they can gain not only success if their ideas succeed, but also that they can be rewarded for the ideas, for being the ones to bring progress to the society. At the same time, it also gives the society the opportunity to hold people accountable for their ideas, to challenge these ideas. And this is something that we think is very much needed.
I'm thinking maybe for now, so that then because they're
My heart is calling, can't you hear that? I'm lost in the memories of you and me. Every moment, every kiss, it's a sweet melody. I'm intoxicated. Oh, can't you see? Your love's a potion, and it's setting me free. Come back, I'm calling you. I'm intoxicated, my heart feels so true. Onimelewa penzi lako, onimelewa penzi lako. Without your love, I'm just a shadow, a surrender. Oh. The nights are long, oh, and the days are cold. Without your laughter, it's a story untold. I'm drowning in the silence, longing for your touch. Every heartbeat whispers, hey, I miss you so much. Come back, I'm calling you. I'm intoxicated, my heart feels so true. Onimelewa penzi lako, onimelewa penzi lako. Without your love, I'm just a shadow, a surrender. Oh.
Okay, please, everyone, please do transition to the far side here. To our dear guests, Edwin Lasmani, I need your assistance to please have everyone come to the far side here.
Every moment, every sight. You're the reason why.
Everyone, please, if you wouldn't mind joining us to the far side.
Intoxicated, just come back to me. Come back, I'm calling you. I'm intoxicated, my heart feels so true. Onimelewa penzi lako, onimelewa penzi lako. Without your love, I'm just a shadow, a surrender. I'm lost in the memories, I'm lost in your glow. Come back to me, love, let our hearts flow. With every breath, I'm reaching for.
Okay, please, for our guests. Oh.
Can we have the partners and the honorable? The partners of KTA?
The vice president.
I'd gone for another installment. Okay.
Pleasure to meet you.
Okay, if we can have Honorable Mao, Honorable Magola, please do join us here at the far side. And also other, what are the names? Mr. Christopher Sebuyungo. Yes. Please be seated. Huh? Oh. Okay, we're told that the fire needs to catch fire. So maybe in the meantime we can just be networking and speaking as we put the fire on. Sorry?
No fire. No fire. The fire can come later. Hi, my name is Anna. Chris, very nice to meet you. Thanks for joining.
Every day, every night, baby, hold me tight. Oh, shame, oh, can't you see? We still be there when I come back to me. Hey, oh. Will you wait for me? Oh, put on all them up. Will you still care for me? Oh, shame, will you still be there? Will you still love me? Hey, oh. Put on all them up. Will you still care? I'll find my way back to you if you'll be there. With every breath, I'm calling your name. Want me gonna, we feel the same. Yeah, oh.
You're always in my heart, yeah, yeah. Even when we're apart. Every memory, every moment, is etched in my soul. Yeah, but time now, oh, can't let you go. No matter the distance, hey, I still feel you close. Behind Jesus, ungankhohlwa ngaphandle kwakho, ngibonile uthando. Ngiyakuthanda, oh, ngiyakuthanda. You're in my heart, oh, you're in my mind.
Okay, so we're going to have our fireside chat, and the topic that we're going to look at is the preservation of cultural heritage, a public good in private hands. There's a question there. Anna will moderate this panel. If the team from design quarter, if the smoke becomes too much for us, maybe we can put the fire out.
It seems that we have put Honorable Mao on fire and smoke. Good evening, everyone. Once again, welcome here at the Design Quarter. We are happy to have all of you with us this evening as we are discussing questions of heritage and preservation of heritage. This fireplace innovation chat will be dedicated to the topic, what is actually heritage? What kind of good does it present? And thus, if we can answer this question, then the next one would be, now who steps in to preserve heritage? Whose responsibility is it to preserve heritage? I don't want to take and preempt the conversation, because I believe that these are the questions that we should hear now. Yes, thank you so much. Try to answer. Konrad Adenauer Stiftung, that is running this Fireplace Innovation Chat, is a German political foundation that has been here since the 60s. And I'm very happy to be joined this evening by Honorable Mao, because one of the reasons why the Konrad Adenauer Foundation is in Uganda is because of its historical cooperation with the Democratic Party. So we are good friends, and I'm very happy to see him here tonight. Thank you. I will give the opportunity. As I've mentioned, CAS is a political foundation, for those who still do not know us, and we work on 3 pillars, which is CAS for democracy, CAS for security, and CAS for innovation. Because we believe that without freedom, we won't have security, and without security, no freedom, that we need security to also build up a democratic society, a democratic system. And we also think that to drive prosperity and sustainability, we need innovation. So all these 3, and of course, you need personal freedoms and security to be able to innovate. No business can really exist in a suffocated society. So all of these 3 are very much interdependent. And therefore, the conversations that CAS organizes and therefore offers platforms for dialogue are all evolving around these 3 areas, as is this one today on CAS for Innovation. And I've mentioned this earlier today. We never organize our events ourselves or only as Konrad Adenauer Foundation Uganda and South Sudan. We always do it in partnership with Ugandan organizations and institutions or individuals. And the main criteria how we choose our partners is when we think that our values and our interests and our vision align. So therefore, it should not come as a surprise. As a political foundation, we of course also serve as a dialogue platform between the political party that we are affiliated to, which is the Christian Democratic Union in Germany, and therefore the natural partner of ours for decades has been the DP, and currently we also have a cooperation with the Alliance for National Transformation. But we don't only work with political parties. We are very much rooted in Uganda. And we work with the ministries, with different governmental institutions. We work with civil society. We work in the media sector and the academia. So this is what we do. We bring people together. Our mission is shaping democracy together. And therefore, we are here today. So when KTA came to us and they said, as a legal firm, we are interested in organizing such debates so that we can transfer them into policies, because policies should be enriched with the expertise of those people who can actually contribute to a meaningful debate, but also by those for whom these policies are meant to be. So today, talking about heritage We will also come back to this question, what would be the policies in place? What is needed and who could drive these policies? But let me first start with my panel and start with Honorable Malago. Please introduce yourself to those who might not know you. And maybe as you introduce yourself, could you kindly give already a very personal opinion or insight? What is heritage for you and which meaning does it have for you? Thank you.
Thank you. My name is Rachel Magola. Most of the people who sleep in their shoes call me Obangaina because they love to dance. I am the Member of Parliament, the District Woman Representative for Bugweri District in Eastern Uganda. But most importantly today, I am the chairperson of the Parliamentary Forum for the Creative Industries. And when you say what is heritage to me as a singer, a performer, a songwriter, I consider myself a very cultural person. Heritage is who we are, what we have, what we identify with, what we promote, what's in our environment that we need to preserve, what do we do with what we have. All that turns into what our heritage is. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Honorable. Honorable Minister, please also, I don't think you need an introduction, but still, what brings you to the topic of heritage and what does it mean to you?
Thank you very much, moderator. Dear friends, every human being has two important aspects. The first one is how you view yourself. It is called self-conception. The second one is how you view the world. It is called cosmoconception. It is through those two avenues that you then actualize what you call your heritage. For instance, you must have a record of your life's journey. The Egyptians had, is it called hieroglyphics? They had some kind of writing. In Africa, we have the oral tradition. So some of the expressions are based on how you transmit knowledge to the next generation. Through riddles, you have the proverbs, you have the fables, which you share, the stories you share around the fireplace. You tell stories about animals, but in reality, you are talking about characteristics, both the desirable ones and the undesirable ones. Now, nobody can annex or appropriate what you call heritage. Now, through that, then you begin to develop a way you look at yourself. For instance, you then say, I'm equal to anybody. nobody is superior to me. That allows you to define yourself. Let me talk about my own culture of the Acholi people.
Honorable, just take 2 minutes for the culture, because we will come back to this question, and I would like for others to introduce themselves.
Many people actually do not know why our dances are in a circle, why our houses are circular. Now, that is our heritage. You will not find anybody building a square or rectangular grass-thatched hut in the whole of Acholi land, because we believe in equality. In the diary of Samuel Baker, when he traveled southwards, he came to that place, our home, and held a meeting with the elders. And he thought, like in other places, he would be given a sort of high table, because he was a foreigner, a white man with lots of servants. But instead, our people put stools in a circle and told him, "You are welcome, take a seat." So he recorded in his diary that obviously these people thought themselves my equals. To me, that is what you call heritage. You inherit it. It is a mindset. How you see yourself. And how you see yourself then defines how you view the world. So we believe in equality. That's why our dances are circular. Everybody is equal. When you see the bola dance, everybody has a little drum, so nobody can dominate. You have the big drums. So to me, that is an example of what heritage is from my perspective. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Chris, may I hand over to you, please?
Hello? Can you hear me? Okay, thank you very much. I'm privileged to share this platform with the cadres of the country. To the audience, good evening, everybody. My name is Sebuyingo Christopher, ndi musajja mugonge, nedira ngonge. So you're most welcome to sisters and brothers who are here. Heritage, I'm going to look at it in two fold spheres. In agreement with the past speakers, I'll look at the intangibility sense, the tangibility sense, the movable and the immovable. And all these four words apply to the material culture everybody carries, or whatever you think that actually identifies your values, your behaviors, and morals. So when we talk about the intangibility, all aspects that you cannot touch, but you identify with, is it a language? Are they the songs? Are they the dances, like Honorable Ma was saying? And the articulation of that identifies that dance as part of you. And then when you look at the tangibility, the aspects that you can hold dear, you can place it somewhere, you can give it to your child, you can give it to your hair, physically, and they can remember you for that, or they can remember a clan or the culture for that. And then the immovable, in this aspect of humanness, I'll look at the family. Of course, somebody may say you can move it, but this family has its roots, where it is coming from. Wherever it is coming from. I listened to one of the ladies who was talking about the identity, and that question touched me personally, and I wrote something. I'm going to ask myself several questions about that. As a cultural practitioner, what can I do about that? As a person who works in the museum space and cultural heritage, what can I do on an individual basis about that question? Because these are the scenarios we keep facing in these spaces. Somebody was talking about decoloniality or restitution and so on. So that is it. And then when you look at the movable. I talked, I think, about movable. I talked about intangible and tangible. For me, that is what I really call cultural heritage. Before I count the material culture that we curate in museum spaces. For those who do not know, I work in the National Museum. Currently, it is closed for renovations, but I want to put a disclaimer. I am here on an individual basis, not as an institution. I will be happy to engage with everybody. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Kindly, I would like Robert to continue with you, if I may. Please. I would like to continue with you first. Kindly introduce yourself and what is the meaning of heritage to you?
But we were going in a line. So he inherited the next position.
Don't worry.
Thank you. And well, he prefers that we just go around. Dr. James Isagara Kisoro is my name, and I work with Kabalega Foundation. Kabalega Foundation is one which among its programs has a cultural research and documentation program. So when you talk about heritage, it's a subject very dear to us, that if we are to know where we are going, we need to know where we're coming from. And to know where we're coming to know where we're coming from, we need to know our heritage from the point of the beliefs that our people have held through time, the practices, the aspirations, and so much of that is embedded in our systems of governance, the cultural systems, the songs, things as simple as songs, the art showing people's aspirations from time immemorial. And when you talk about it in the present day, of course, there's a lot of a mix in how people perceive it. But the relevance of it still lives with us, because if we are to plan and project the future, we need to know the journey that has brought us to date. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Madam. Greetings to all the very big and important people here. I'm actually particularly pleased to meet someone from the Kabalega Foundation. My name is Karundi Serumaga. I would like to disagree with absolutely everything that has already been said by everybody. Apart from the remarks made in part by Mr. Isagara, or Dr. Isagara from Kabalega Foundation. Culture and heritage are not abstract. They are part and parcel of the way people organize themselves on a day-to-day basis. To me, when you talk about heritage, I believe that cultural heritage is simply the place where people store and develop the way they think. And they don't think for idle reasons. I think human society functions around three questions. The first question is, how do we eat, which is production. And the second question is, therefore, after we have produced, how do we make sure everybody feels that they got what they were entitled to out of what has been produced? That is justice. And then the third one is that how do we improve on that process? And that is development. It is absolutely not dancing and drumming. Which is what, in many cases, I'm not saying anyone here has said that, but in many cases it's what African culture has been understood and been reduced to. Just dancing and drumming and putting 500 pots on your head and things like that, which are good, but they are not the point. They are the product of the process. They are not the point of the process. They are part of the process by which we remember and store our historical knowledge to then know what to do next as to how to move forward. Are we supposed to then talk about the question of custodianship, or do we come to that later?
We're coming to this later.
Okay, so basically that is my view. And then, well, when we come to custodianship, I'll try to be more agreeable.
Kindly, for our audience, please repeat these 3 dimensions. Production, that you have mentioned, because I think that those are very important ones.
Well, let me just call it eating. I knew you were going to laugh. The first thing people must organize is how they eat. If you don't organize how you eat and how you can guarantee how you're going to eat, nothing else is going to happen. Okay? So the question is, once you have organized the things you're going to eat, everyone who is supposed to get something to eat, did they get that something to eat?
Distribution.
Yes, and those who didn't get, how can they make their case? That is where we develop a system of justice. And then the third one is, how do we improve on the first 2? That is what we call development. And the way you memorize and institutionalize and codify and all those other such things, that process is what you call culture. That's all I'm saying. All right, thank you.
Thank you very much. And this to the perspective of being something dynamic, right? Something that evolves and which is not static, which I think we often forget about. Because as we talk about traditions, heritage, and so on, we oftentimes, and when speaking with young people, I realize it, that they say, but our culture. And one brings them back to say, but you're also the shaper of your culture. Would you agree?
Yes and no. It is development and let's use even that word, evolution. But it is development and evolution rooted and anchored in something. It is not just moving along anyhow all the way. In the 2, 3, 1,000, I don't know how many years you have existed as a people, what basic fundamental principles, for example, have you established that you believe in, such that even if you want to say we can now develop from this point, those are the things that inform the way in which you do that development. You don't simply wake up and say everything that existed before simply does not matter anymore, and whatever I do right now, because I'm a part of this community, is now the new culture. So it is, yes, it is movement, it is development, but it is guided by certain things or anchored in certain higher, certain adhered to principles. Okay? So in other words, traditions can change, traditions can change, but the culture remains the same. Okay? And also, cultures can change, but they change within the context of a tradition. So it's the kind of thing only people like Honorable Mao will understand, because he uses words like that, long words and complicated words like that a lot.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Chris, may I ask you, with these dimensions that we have just heard, and you being in charge of now really tangible objects in the museum and so on, how do you translate these dimensions into now preservation of these dimensions through the objects, right, that speak to these dimensions?
Well, thank you very much. Those dimensions, I'll look at them in this aspect. Unlike the social sciences, which looks at the modern human society while understanding how they live and how they stay, in the field of archaeology, we use material culture. This material culture, it's stuff we excavate. Sometimes it's hard to speak for themselves. So through different kind of research and methodology involved, we speak about them and for them in the spaces of museums. So as a person who works in the space of museums and cultural heritage management and preservation, it is not true that this material culture do not identify with the people. In the aspect of, if I make a reference that culture is not a bit of dancing and putting those several pots on the head, there is a reason as why they are not putting on jerry cans, for example, but specific pots are not necessarily every pot. So we cannot deny that kind of attachment to the objects or the material culture that identifies with these people. And many times when you involve the community members and you just put out an object there and you ask them, what do you think? Somebody comes out and actually talks about his or her late great-grandfather or mother who used something like that. As a person who grew up in the village, there are different kind of things we used to do and we do not find in the cities. Like, for example, a young growing child in the village, when you talk about football, as in this ball they play, many of them do not have these modern footballs you're seeing, or at least by the time we were, in the villages, it was very distant to us because one, it was only played by, older guys who could afford it. But a child like me, I was going in a, banana whatever and get the fibers and make my bows and so on. And that was my heritage in terms of sports and football. So when I translate that into these different kind of objects we have in spaces like museums and galleries and so on, we give an opportunity to the community to help us actually identify and study these objects together. That's why the aspect, when people talk about decolonization, most of these collections were actually accumulated during the colonial times, of which
value into this transition. Again, nobody owns it. Is it so? Is it that nobody owns it, or are there elements that are actually property of certain individuals or certain groups? And if this is the case, and we acknowledge that these artifacts, objects, and so on should benefit the community, how to deal with this? The objects that could be owned by individuals or certain groups, but that meant to serve the bigger community, maybe the entire country. So I believe that brings me also into the legal sphere. And so I'm going back to Honorable Mao.
Thank you very much. First, Kalundi took us back to political economy. Production, exchange, distribution, and the relationships that are developed in those processes. Obviously, the expressions need a medium, whether it is architecture, whether it is art forms, song, dance, paintings. They capture what we hold to be our values. So you are imparting a certain outlook through these expressions. As you impart that outlook, you create value. So whatever we do mirror those relationships. That's why you have marriage dances, courtship dances, war dances. You have even our African traditional dances that relate to celebrating the coming of twins. Now, all those are expressions of what our people hold dear. For other cultures, to commemorate the victory of Lord Nelson, they have Trafalgar Square. You have a huge pillar. You have Handel and his entire opera piece, which is a complete sermon about what God can do and so on and so forth. So, because there is value, that means it has property. And because it is property, the state comes in. The state comes in to ensure that you benefit. To use what John Locke said once, that the lake may belong to all of us. It is our common heritage. But if I go and catch a fish, there is nobody who is going to stop me on the way and say, our fish. It is our lake, but for sure it is my fish. Now, the state has to protect my fish, and that is where the law comes in, to protect the right to property through intellectual property law. Then you end up with whoever has not fought in Waterloo, even if you fought in Waterloo, but if I'm the one who painted the battle, I must earn from my painting. You cannot come as a veteran of Waterloo and say, for sure you were not there, so give me a percentage of the proceeds of this beautiful painting. There is no way. That's how we end up with the copyright. I may write a book about Anna, but there's no way Anna can come and say, I must get the proceeds, because it is my book. I've observed her, and I've decided to write a biography. I now appropriate it under the copyright law. And it has led to big confrontations. A case in point is when the Maasai sued Land Rover. Land Rover was using the Maasai dances, jumping up and down. So Land Rover was saying, if you buy a Land Rover, you'll have some kind of spring, and you can jump like the Maasai. So the Maasai got a world-famous intellectual property lawyer, and Land Rover had to settle, because they said, this is our common heritage. There's no way you can steal it from us. So the state has a duty to then come and regulate that distribution of resources. Of course, it doesn't do it for free. It taxes you and also charges you for the service. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So what you have just described in legal terms, in economic terms, we would refer to it as a common good, right? So your example of a lake with the fish, right? So, and because the common good in economic terms is defined by the non-excludability, right? So you cannot exclude actually anybody from that good. But at the same time, it is also defined by a rivalry. So if somebody takes out the fish, they are rivals, right? If one fish is taken out by somebody, another person cannot have this fish. And so this is the definition of a common good that is also oftentimes used for cultural expressions, right? Let's say a song, when we all can listen to it, but maybe when the notes are transferred, then somebody else cannot get access to it, right? And with private goods, it's quite easy, I guess, in legal terms, right? To say, okay, you can exclude people from the access to this good. There is also a rivalry. So when one gets this good, the other one does not. With the public goods, it is also quite simple in economic terms, because you can't exclude anybody, and if somebody has access to it, then the other person has access to it just as, in the same manner, right? Say national defense. If a country has a national defense, has put up a system for national defense, then everyone who is within the borders, right, will enjoy the safety and security. And if Honorable Minister enjoys the security, it does not mean that I would not enjoy it in the same way, right? If the national security is put up for everyone. Now, what I find interesting when we come to speak about it from the economic point of view, this common good has one aspect that the other two do not have. For the public good, we always say it's the state that is in charge of providing this public good. The private goods we consume and we negotiate on the market ourselves. What about the common good? Because the common good now has a dimension of, this normative character to it, right? So it can be in possession of certain groups, but it serves the community. And if this is the case, and if this is the case with heritage or cultural goods, and there is this aspect of a certain responsibility vis-a-vis the community. With my private goods, I do not have any responsibility. I have eaten the fish and that's it. But if it has to serve the community, now where does the burden sharing comes in terms of the costs, for example, to preserve these cultural goods? Where does the question of resource pooling comes in when we speak about preserving cultural goods? Maybe, Dr. James, I could start with you.
Yes, thank you. And interesting question. When you talk about the ownership and the responsibility, I think we need to first appreciate that heritage can be traced to an origin. There's common heritage and there's institutional heritage, which can be owned as a group, and there's also personal heritage. When it comes to the context of a national heritage, we have the National Museum. It is in charge of collecting all our national heritage. We can break it down into our various diversities. Honorable Mao has talked about the dances, the different practices at marriage, at all these different ceremonies that our societies practice. You find that from one society to another, there's variations, and those variations can only be attributed to a given either clan or tribe or society. So at that level, I think the ownership starts to be traceable away from the national level into the community. And of course, at the community level, there's also what we can attribute it to, maybe the cultural institutions or the chiefdoms or the kingdoms that we know. They are the custodians, according, I think, to our national constitution. They are the custodians of our cultures and heritage. And they take responsibility to ensure that they have continuity. And the continuity has to be that it is in practice. When it is in practice, these people can always find a way to ensure that they sustain it. That is to answer you on the question of who bears the burden or who owns the responsibility of its safeguarding.
Thank you so much. May I provoke you on this one?
Please.
What if the community does not appreciate maybe the preservation of the heritage? Or within this community, certain groups come and say, we should do that, we should preserve it, for which we might need a building and so on. And then the financial question comes in. Who is in charge now of taking on this responsibility to also finance the preservation?
Thank you, and interesting question once again. The community, through their systems of governance at that level, culture institutions, have, if they are organized, an ability to make value from these heritage
What if
assets.
they are not? Sorry.
What if they are not? Then we come to the national level, because we pay for services. We pay for different services that we get from the national system, and among those should be a holistic approach to ensuring that we have sustainability and continuity and the good in our community being promoted. So I think it goes back to the national level of governance to ensure that resources are committed to sustain these resources.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Honorable Magola, since it goes to the national level, and I believe that the legislators also being in charge of it, also the ministries, how do you see, where does Uganda stand in really the interest to preserve and to finance and to invest into the preservation of heritage and cultural goods?
At the moment, actually this week, we have been working with some consultants to review the national culture policy. And a lot of what's happening now, when the Ministry of Culture was dissolved several years ago, different aspects of culture were put in different ministries. So there is a big scattered mandate on who is doing what. And I find it difficult for cultural heritage to be preserved right when some aspects are in different ministries. For example, tangible heritage, I think, is in tourism and antiquities. Tourism and antiquities. Intangible heritage is where? In culture, gender, labor, social development for youth, older persons. ICT, what is in ICT? Stage performances and stage performance and something. It's in ICT and national guidance. The sector of film is in UNCC. UCC. UNCC, which is supposed to be overlooking the preservation, has got a mandate to take care of, as a trust, to take care of properties, National Theatre and the gallery. So it begs the question, who is taking care of what now? Intellectual property is with Honorable Mao. So I'm not sure anymore where we are. We need to go back to the drawing table and make sure that the different aspects of the cultural space are in one place so that there is a level of synergy. You will find that all these mandates are in different ministries, but those ministries' core function has little or nothing to do with culture and heritage. And Kabalega Foundation, thank you so much for what you're doing. But I'm sure you're struggling because when you are always the unfunded priority, you'll have issues. So as government, as parliament, as we need to get this back on track. Because who we are translates in what sorry, Mr. Kalundi, Mr. Kalundi says, translates into production, it translates into justice. But when we lose that fundamental understanding of where we need to go because we understand who we are, then organization can become difficult. I'll give you a case in point. That the government programs that are put out. And I said, if we do not use the community's beliefs and understanding of money and organization, we lose the point and sometimes fail to get a program going because the Muslims have got something about how they believe that a woman should handle money, or the Christians will have another understanding of what they think. So going back on who takes care, we as a nation, when the communities fail, the state should come in and support. And I think that's where we need to be going. And then also we need to organize the sector of culture and heritage away from the different places that those mandates have been placed. And then funding to culture. The AU, they had a meeting and all the presidents agreed to allocate 1% of the budgets to culture. It's not yet happening, but that's the plan. So the Connect for Culture activity is supposed to wake us up as government to start funding cultural activities, because the communities sometimes do not have the resources or the knowledge. With this whole modernization, globalization, we're losing a lot of what our younger people would know, because we have gone to school and started learning how to speak English, and we're not using our languages anymore to transfer knowledge to our children and our children's children. So government needs to come in there to increase funding to the cultural sector, so that where there is no support or where there is lack of knowledge, we have all these learned people to take over and support a community in preserving the cultural, maybe cultural sites, languages that could become extinct if we don't do something about it. So we have a responsibility as government. And the first step that I think we need to go for is reorganize the cultural heritage and the cultural space by reinstating a Ministry of Culture, which will be paying attention to preservation, teaching people about what they didn't know through the universities, making sure universities and schools, up to the family. The family needs to wake up and know that if you don't speak your language, you are lost, because you miss out on a lot that can only be instilled through your ability to understand your language. I don't know if I'm making any sense.
Thank you very much. Let me try this one. I think this will work. Would you agree? The centralization of the responsibility to support culture and its reservation, but also the reorganization, if I understood you well, of the cultural sphere itself.
Well, thank you very much. My first point would be to say that what Honorable Magola is calling for is a normal discussion. And my view is that you can't have a normal discussion in an abnormal situation. And basically, we live in a capitalist world. Uganda was created by a private capitalist company. Uganda is somebody else's business project. Okay? And you cannot actually discuss how to solve a normal human problem under capitalism, because capitalism is an extremely abnormal system. It is actually an aberration from the preceding maybe 2,000 or 3,000 years of how human societies used to organize themselves. It is abnormal, it is short-sighted, and it is self-destructive. And it is what has created Uganda. And Uganda has a government, and in that government we have the Honorable Minister, and we have a government side MP also, who are very well-meaning people, but they will not solve any of those problems working for not the government isn't the problem. The state of Uganda itself is a fundamentally anti-African project. Okay? It exists to extract labor and wealth from the African people. That's what the company that created it set it up to do. Okay? A few people at the very top of the government know this, some don't. But the point is, to do that, you must progressively struggle to erase the autonomous and indigenous knowledge of the local people. So there's a fundamental contradiction between what is the objective of the state of Uganda and those who are allowed to form its core government, and the aspirations and legitimate cultural rights of the indigenous people. And we have been stuck in this point for about 80 to 120 years. So the problem, for example, is not that people are being taught English in schools. The problem is that the schools are owned by European organizations. Okay? What we are now, I even hear them being called traditional schools now in Uganda. All these schools belong largely either to the Anglican Church or the Roman Catholic Church. And I want to explain more, but before I do that, can I ask for a commercial break? There's something I normally do that I forgot to do. Now, you people, can you please say, Free Palestine?
No, please.
Free
not
Palestine.
Here. No.
I am going to say it. I am going to say it. Especially for you.
We are using
say no
this
to the
forum.
ongoing genocide in Gaza.
We are using this
and the
forum.
occupation of the West Bank and displacement of people. That is the end of my announcement. Thank you.
This announcement, I disagree with this announcement being pronounced in the context of the event of the Konrad Adenauer Foundation. This conversation serves absolutely a different idea, and we all agree that we would like to have normal conversations, and for the normal conversations we should also adhere to the rules that are set and to the topic that is set.
Are the Palestinians entitled to their heritage?
This conversation is
It's about heritage.
This conversation is on Ugandan heritage, and this conversation is on the means how
okay,
best
can I
to
ask your
preserve
permission
it.
to finish my point and then we go back, because you made a very important point about
You can make
Honorable
your point,
Mao.
but please on the topic.
Well, the point has already been made. You see, a very simple example is the fact that this 500 years actually of abnormality, the creation of the world as we know it today. You have, for example, there's a gentleman called Kavelin who wrote a book, Nudges from My Grandfather, who did a PhD on traveling through the Pacific and parts of West Africa and the parts of Africa that had been German colonies. Because what he discovered was that the core knowledge that was used to create what became the huge pharmaceutical industry in Germany was actually knowledge taken from the indigenous knowledge of the local peoples of those areas about how to make medicines. And then they reverse engineered it using organic chemistry. And then you had, because Germany, especially around the Rhineland there, had a huge pharmaceutical industry. Germany has been a very huge capitalist country. One of the ways in which it has promoted that and itself around Europe was to create something called Christian Democrat International. Christian Democrat International, at one point, its international global vice chairman was Honorable Mao's predecessor, Honorable Dr. Kawanga Semogedere. So you also have to ask yourself the extent to which the organizations we are trying to organize around and use are actually African organizations or organizations in Africa. As I've said, Uganda is not an African country. Uganda is a country in Africa that exists to serve European
Thank you very
purposes.
much. I would like to now go to Christopher. Christopher, the Uganda National Museum, and you're saying that it's now under construction. And I've heard that you're bringing new exhibitions into it. Who finances currently this project? And who sits on the board? And what are the decision-making mechanisms to curate now the exhibitions that are going to come to the museum?
Thank you very much. Maybe before I answer that, I would like to tackle something about who is responsible and what so far the efforts have been done, especially to decentralize heritage management in terms of museology space. Recently, last year, an act was enacted about Museums and Monuments Act, which is now, it came with the regulations already this month. They came out, and this act actually empowers or defines and also empowers different communities, including institutions and districts and so on, to have museums. And so this, the conservation and preservation of Uganda's heritage is a very huge task to do. And if you to trust it with only one institution, it's going to be very hard. As Honorable was mentioning about the funding and the fragmentation of different kind of institutions, it's really going to be very hard. But this act or this policy hopes us to bring in different other stakeholders to have these museums established, but also working with the National Museum to ensure capacity is built, and also in terms of object handling and research, exhibition, and so on. And so that is a very big instrument for us. It is new, and efforts are being done, especially in restituting some of these different officials at the museum are involved. So I would encourage everybody, this kind of task, it doesn't rest with the institution only, it rests with us. If you're an artist, as an individual, what is your role? What have you done to document your heritage, your history, in that when the national entity comes in on your door, there is something to start with. And what are the efforts are you going to reach out to different kind of synergies that can help us mitigate some of the problems you're having, especially in this field of conservation and promoting cultural heritage. Away from that, mentioning that the museum is closed for renovation. Of course, this is the oldest museum in East Africa, established around 1908. And where it is sitting, it came there around 1953-54. So ever since that time, it has never received any kind of huge changes. So including some of the exhibitions that were made during the transition process of decolonization, because decolonization, decolonization, it can mean differently depending on who you are and where you are. For sure, that one is the reality. I may not be able to define what decolonization is to somebody's thinking, but it is also, we need to know that it is a process, and this process, it is not only a few people. All of us here should be involved or should pick interest in it. Now, this museum, if when it is finished, new exhibitions are going to come, and also there is another aspect of extending it after this phase, where new installations will come in, like exhibitions and storage and labs and so on. We hope that this is going to be a process of inclusion of the community, with the aspect of the current conversation of decoloniality in our spaces. How are the communities important in the story making, the co-creating of knowledge, and as well co-creation of creation of these objects? Because as I was starting, I mentioned something that maybe sparked something within people's minds, that no one owns them. I was speaking from the background of a curator, from the background of a heritage practitioner. As somebody who works in this institution that actually safeguards, protects, and promotes these objects, I don't own them. It's for the public, it's for the community, under the custodianship of a government institution. That's why we have these laws, these policies coming in to guide on how do we interrogate these kind of discourses, but also involve different kind of stakeholders to help us execute the task.
Thank you very much. May I quickly just, would it help you now as the act is in place? Do you think and do you agree with Honorable Magola to say that if there was one institution that would combine all the different responsibilities for the different expressions of culture, that would help to promote much more the support to the cultural sector?
Absolutely, that is very, very interesting because, I mean, I am aware conversations are ongoing between different kind of sister institutions. Like I work with a museum which is under the Ministry of Tourism, Wildlife and Antiquities. So we deal with the tangible aspect. Even the cultural aspect we look at, we have an aspect of the natural heritage because we have cultural heritage sites which are on World Heritage kind of list, but some of them combine the cultural aspect and the nature, like Buin Impenetrable National Park. It has an aspect of cultural aspect. So it will be very important to have at least a streamlined kind of institution that works on specific kind of, tasks and so on, so that we avoid this kind of, it's kind of, sometimes you look at something that it's as if it's repeating, if Ministry of Gender, a certain department is working on a tangible aspect, intangible aspect, but in real sense, there is no tangible aspect that doesn't have the intangible. There is no intangible aspect that doesn't have the tangibility. For example, if I go to Kasubi, if I use it as an example, most of its outstanding universal value is based on the intangibility. But what you go there to see is the tangible, connected to the intangibility. So if we have the synergy that works together, I think the delivery in that kind of aspect becomes a bit better.
Thank you very much. Dr. James, what is your take on this? Because you deal with a lot of intangible heritage
Thank
and
you.
cultural goods.
Thank you so much. And to explain the aspect that is explaining, and maybe to elaborate a bit about the ownership and where the sustainability of these resources can come from, I'll use the example of the Bunyoro Kitara Kingdom artifacts, which are stored in the Pitts Rivers Museum in the UK. They are profiled, they are clearly labeled where they were picked from, which year they were picked, and maybe the person who picked them and delivered them. But when you go to look at these artifacts, the kingdom has made several attempts to reclaim its assets to no avail. There are different challenges there to mention, but a few. They want the kingdom to have a place where they can store them when they come. They were somewhere, that is not to even go into that. They picked them from somewhere, and we should be able to know where to store them when they're brought back. When it comes to their sustainability, I believe the value that the community from which they were picked does have a lot of attachment to them, that they would definitely find a way to ensure their sustainability. We have one of the examples, a throne. When King Kawalega was captured, he was captured along with his throne. That throne is the kingdom's official throne. Right now, when the good government of Uganda returned the cultural institutions, they returned the kingdoms. The kings are there, but these are artifacts that are out there that we need in these kingdoms, and we can definitely take care of them. We can mobilize our people to take care of these artifacts, and that is to answer the sustainability. And I think if I was to advise or share my thoughts on how maybe the central government can make management of this tangible and intangible heritage easier, it is to decentralize it to these communities, maybe establish more community museums or regional museums where the people in those communities can, first of all, have a chance of learning, especially the young generations, interfacing with their heritage, but also having value from them and ensuring their long-term sustainability.
Thank you very much. Now, I've heard that I come from a very capitalist country, and it's true, we really support the market economy because it has proven that it brings out the best results. So in the market economy, and I come back to the question of common goods and how to finance also. So one aspect is where is it located, who is in charge. But another question would be if the state can only accommodate 1% of the national budget or even less, what would be other options to finance really the heritage? This conversation, I must say, has been also is a result of the conversation about Ndere Cultural Center. We all know that the cultural center brings together different expressions, many of them intangible, and yet it is a private business. And we have all been following the debate around it. But now, if we have on the one hand the missing financial resources, and on the other hand the interest to preserve, what would be the options and the alternatives, how to make it possible to finance really the preservation of heritage? Honorable, may I?
Thank you, moderator. The answer to that question must start with our quest for a national culture, because we are now talking about the responsibility of the Ugandan state. So there are many actors in this sphere. So we need a unified rallying point. And that unified rallying point can always have tributaries. After all, again in line with what Kalundi said, we call it a national culture because it's about expressing what is ours as opposed to what is being imported. In any case, when that Imperial British East African Company came and started doing business, they also started uprooting our culture. Because if I'm exploiting you, I must disrupt your culture and impose upon you a culture which makes you accept what I'm doing without question. For instance, telling you that that your rewards are in heaven, so that you don't conflict with me about the current circumstances. I underpay you, I overwork you, but I've already planted that seed in your brain that, look, your happiness will be after you have departed this earth. So I must make it appear first and foremost that nothing can change. This is your lot. Or I even tell you that, you know, you are under some kind of curse to endure what. So this thing of the mind is very important in culture. So a national culture must have as its goal what you would call the national interest. First, you start by being proud to wear your own clothes. I'm not talking about back cloth. You'll never see me wearing one. But the rules of parliament forbid me from dressing like Kalundi in jeans, which normally are more comfortable. I'll be told that I'm dressed in an unparliamentary manner. Whereas the Indians, they have a national culture. So I do believe that a central organization is very, very important to do some kind of weeding, really. There's a lot of weeds in the minds of people who are trying to escape colonialism. And that weeding must be a deliberate effort, because the culture of Africans, even the culture of Uganda, needs to be liberated also from appropriation. And when she came to speak to me, she was going for a trip to some strange country. What was it? No, there was another one. Somewhere in Europe. Germany. There was another one. So, anyway, she said, how come everybody is pulling in different directions? So the actors in the cultural sphere are basically fighting over some little money which is thrown by the government. So they start fighting over the money, who gets a share. Whereas if we claim all that is Ugandan, the Karamojong, unique cultural expressions, the Baganda and their black cloth, these contests, the regattas. Some people don't know that a king who was not even educated in the classical sense dreamt of a canal from the Kabaka's Lake to Lake Victoria. That would have shortened our distance to the airport, by the way. You would just go and park your car at the Kabaka's Lake, get into a speedboat, and to hell with the traffic jam. Now, we must deal with the consequences of disruption. So it requires energy, which can only come from the state through a unified approach. So those of you who are here should rally around the Honorable MP here to put pressure on us, because we specialize in ignoring things as government. That is, we are experts in pretending to be asleep. And you will never be able to wake up somebody pretending to be asleep. You can wake up people who are genuinely asleep because they are sincere in their hearts. But those who are pretending to be asleep will never be woken up. So we need a central body to reclaim these cultural expressions. And we must go to the greatest length to assert our right to what is ours.
Thank you very much. Now we have many participants here who are in the cultural space, so I would love to give them the opportunity to put you, Honorable Mao, under pressure, but also to ask other questions that might be of interest to you. And I am kindly asking the teams to please pass on the microphones to all those who want to ask a question. Thank you.
Yes, all the panelists, Honorable Minister, I want to thank you for the presentation, and the Member of Parliament. I am also glad that the curator brought out this law, and this is a gazette, number 69 of 2024. It is something I participated in, the gazetting of all the heritage sites from Toro, Katunguru to Kasule, Mashoro to Samliki. That's how we call it. So there were over 100, and I'm glad on 20th of September, this publication came out. So, but before that, after the passing of this law, the Museums and Monuments Act, that's when I advised my colleagues in the palace administration of Toro that we turn one of our accession palaces, which is 120 years old, into a museum, because its role is occasional. You have to wait for a king to die for it to have some work to do. So we turned it into the Africa Royal Heritage Museum, and we've been working with the Ministry of Tourism, and now we are doing applications at the level of the World Heritage. To correct you, you can have an intangible heritage that is not tangible. About 10 years ago, as an executive secretary of Toro Kingdom, we passed and worked on Empako. So Empako is an international, a world heritage. It's intangible. It has nothing to do with the tangible. And if you have the intangible in the tangible, still you fall under the Ministry of Tourism because it has a tangible aspect. Mr. Kalungi Serumaga, capitalism, to define it to you, I'm a scientist by background, but also I have some, to define for you capitalism in just 3 words. Capitalism means you capitalize on what do you have, on what you have. So if you can't define what you have, you will start complaining about capitalism. For example, we have a product, it is a museum. We want guests. I will capitalize on that by putting prices. It's a very simple and a very wonderful system. So socialism is there, but socialism can only prevail if it has capitalism in it. On the other aspect, Honorable Minister, when we did this work, I'm facing a challenge. And the challenge was when we went to process our registration, like you say, and we presented a list of the things that we have. So the team at the Registrar General raised a complaint by saying, don't adopt those articles of association. We said no. Because, for example, this heritage, cultural heritage, natural, has an aspect to do with African spirituality. You see, this heritage is very big in nature. And this African spirituality is often even connected to us. You can have, for example, we have this museum, but I can't deny that the entire community of Toro has a heritage in it. They have a stake in it. So we were put on hold for verification. The verification is so long, and we were thinking even of an order of mandamus. Why shouldn't we? Because what time is given for the Registrar General to register a company which somebody has put their property, which they want to safeguard, because the law recognizes 11G private museums, meaning there is room for the private sector, community museums. The ministry is embracing it, but this is something I would want you to tackle as soon as possible so that we can be able to prevail in safeguarding some of these cultural intangible and the tangible aspects. It is not just government to do this, because I still argue, like we had today, very good, wonderful discussions on culture. Government has to involve cultural institutions and people who are custodians, because I am a trustee at that museum. They have to involve other trustees who can be able to work with them in order to fulfill this mandate, and then we can all be able to benefit from it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm looking at the watch next to me, and it is 6:30, and I would I would like to give opportunity to 3 to 5 more people to ask a question, and then I would close this round because we have many opportunities this evening to still network with each other and discuss all these aspects.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Anna. Thank you so much to all the panelists. My name is Evelyn Cindy Magara. I'm a lecturer of film and literature at Makerere University. I'm also the filmmaker of Tuko Pamoja. I'm sure some of you or most of you have seen it on TV. I would like to recognize one of my film stars here. He gave me a lot of information from Igongo. Please stand up, you're a film star. Even if it was a documentary film, Mr. Kashure. I was so happy to find him here. And thank you so very much for organizing this. You rarely find Ugandans talk about such kind of stuff. So I have a question to all the panelists. What is that one thing that you can say is quintessentially Ugandan? And In addition, just this is my observation, we need to start decolonizing by appreciating that we are in this partnership. I think the panel before this did talk about this, that Uganda is, okay, we are in it, really. So we are in it, we can't get out of it, so we need to build it together. And possibly the two, Honorable Mao and Honorable Rachel Magola, who have a leg in government, you need to be concretely looking at what is that tapestry that brings Ugandans together. And I think it is only when we reach that level we'll be able to have a smooth conversation, and that's why, for you to add on to my curiosity or to answer my curiosity, I would like all of you to tell me that thing. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Since we have had the conversation on identity, I think it's a very interesting question to ask, what is this unique Ugandan element of identity? Please.
Thank you, KTA. Thank you, Anna and team. Thank you, everyone. I'm Beda Kampumza. I am a lecturer at Chambogo University. I have two issues to comment on. One is that we have a new generation of Ugandans who are completely out of touch with their heritage and culture by virtue of the education system we have. So how, and these are key stakeholders in the discussion we are having today, and the preservation of cultural heritage as a whole going forward. So how are we going to change that trend so that we bring them in touch with their culture, especially the other intangible bit of language, of beliefs, of food, to really mean what we are doing here. The other one is, his lordship talked about property rights and mentioned that you really don't have to go to class to innovate and to bring something forward, to bring something to the society. But then the class gives you, the formal education gives you the understanding of the procedures you have to take to gazette or to create a patent. There is this team in Kisoro and those surrounding areas, the Batwa, whenever we check out their dances to the tourists, they are quite captivating, and I feel that it is something we can perhaps patent, if it's not yet patented. But do these people have an understanding of a patent? Do they know that what they their performances are that unique and need to be preserved? Thank you. I submit.
Thank you very much. Any other questions at this moment? No. Then I would like to close the round with now the 3 questions that I have collected. What is the very unique identity or Ugandan aspect, cultural aspect? How can property rights around cultural aspects, especially intangible aspects, exactly, can be organized? Is there a way to patent what would be the impact also, right, of patenting those cultural objects? And the third one was how to make people aware of the cultural richness that Uganda has. Did I understand your questions correct? So I would like to start now from the right and end on my left. Please.
Yeah. You're sure?
Yes, I'm sure.
Okay.
Please, on the topic.
Let me start with the simplest question. What is the thing that you can say is quintessentially Ugandan? I'll just cite I believe he's the late, but I might be wrong, Professor Karujire, who actually is the father of one of the husbands to one of the first daughters. He was a professor of history, And he said that when it comes to the question of Buganda, every other Ugandan is turned into an instant patriot. The thing that is quintessentially Ugandan is hating on nativism. That is what defines Uganda and people calling themselves Ugandans. And it doesn't just apply to Uganda. The question of capitalism, capitalizing on what you have.
This has not been asked, but the question.
No, the
on
gentleman
property,
raised it. He pointed it out to me.
He was rather commenting.
I see. Well, the point there is that one, I wasn't advocating for socialism, and two, you capitalize on what you have. How did the British come to have us? What was that property or ownership of cultural artifacts? You see, this is it is complicated and it's simple. Any physical artifact, any physical object, especially a physical artifact, is an physical expression of what went on in somebody's mind. You think it, then you make it. And there's a reason why you thought it in order to make it. It can be any reason. Now, what has happened with these artifacts is that, as the gentleman has pointed out, a lot of them are in museums far away where we can't see them. So, in taking them away physically, they also take away the record that your people were thinking in a certain way at a certain time. And that is deliberate, because then they come and encourage your children to think other things. Now, I understand that in the Uganda Museum, there are some things that were brought back recently, cultural artifacts that some English or American gentleman is moving around with. There is no single indigenous artifact that does not have an owner, okay? And a very specific owner. Some of these things belong to very specific shrines here in Buganda and in Bunyoro and elsewhere, okay? The idea that because of the passage of time, they no longer have owners is completely erroneous. And I personally believe that these things should not be, because I understand eventually they were given on loan. And how does someone lend you something that was yours to begin with? So my view is that they should not actually be sent back to Europe whenever this loan period is over. Okay? They should stay here, and if Europeans want to see them for whatever reason, let them come and see them here in their places where they were created. Let me stop there. I think that's enough for that point.
Thank you. Dr. James.
Thank you. And thank you for all the questions raised. On the first one, asked by Dr. Cindy, about what is essentially Ugandan. Personally, I'll say that Uganda, as we've discussed through the panel and this evening's discussion, I think Uganda is still a nation in information. There are things that we still need to work on that uniquely define us as a nation, as Ugandan. But of course, at a national level, we do have our symbols, we do have our anthems, we do have our emblem, we do have our symbolic things that represent us as a country. But I think at a cultural level, in our diversity, so much we share. I think we need to identify the commonalities amongst our different cultures and define a clear culture as a nation, as Honorable Mao has stated. Then on the second one, which I took note of here, the intangible heritage and its preservation, I think we need to empower the local communities to own and take charge of their own heritage, much as it, in the broader sense, comes down to the national value and heritage conservation. We need to take it down to these people that own it. Only then will they have the chance of not only celebrating it, living with it, but also having a chance to contribute to its development and evolution. As we're saying, culture is not static, it's dynamic. And if you bring in the dynamic element, it can only be the owners that can have it evolve in a way that they appreciate and can relate it to where it comes from, to where it is to go, for them to have it meaningfully still theirs. On the question of how to make people appreciate more of our Ugandan heritage, how to make people appreciate it, I think it is, I look at it in a way of what the Ministry of Tourism is doing lately. It's promoting domestic tourism. And domestic tourism, of course, comes with all these other touristic features that as a nation we hold, but culture being one of those at the center, we need to encourage our young people to have a relation to this, and it can only be easy to achieve if these museums are taken down into these communities. If we only have the National Museum, it's a journey for many to come from wherever they are to come to the National Museum. How about if we had these just next to them in their communities to live with, and if it is that they embrace it, the more awareness that is created about it, the more it will be out there for people that want to learn about these cultures to come as tourists, and when they come as tourists, the value to sustain these community resources will be generated.
Thank you. Thank you. And the state would be in charge of providing the infrastructure to get to all the museums.
Definitely.
Christopher, please.
Thank you very much, and thank you for the questions asked. But before that, kindly let me pass this. I want to encourage and bring hope to everybody here that with the new act, kindly the communities, the districts, the institutions are empowered. It's a matter of reaching out to one another, and we see how do we forge out new museums coming aboard. And the National Museum is having regional museums that is taking care of, and some of them are new proposals that actually the government is proposing to establish. We have Kabale Museum, we have Soroti Museum, we have Karamoja Museum. Karamoja Museum is under renovation as well. Soroti Museum is open, and Kabale Museum is also under works. But also other places like Arua, Fort Potro, and other places, museums are going to come out. So guys, this is the space for all of us to discuss about development of museums in our country. So don't shy away, come and engage us. And another, the question about that unique thing, thank you very much for that wonderful question. Make Roy, yes, I'm a student there, so I'm proud to be part of Makerere. Now, for me, I consider the diversity in all aspects we have in Uganda, that it's part of us. The question of how do we bring it culture, like Honorable Mao said, it's a debate for all of us. But the diversity we have, I cannot take it away because I have a personal attachment about that. Maybe that can be another discussion. Now, the generational culture loss, especially the Gen Zs, if I got the question very well, I am telling you, the Gen Zs today, technology is their everything. So in all what we do, we need to involve technology in exhibitions, in research, in communication, in whatever we do, we need to involve technology. And these people, some of them are the masters of this. So we need to reach out to them as well as cultural heritage experts, those people who are working in institutions. We need to involve these specific communities. And then aspect of property patenting and so on, I want to agree with you that it's true that some of these terminologies are really very big, and to some communities or to some people, they look archaic. They don't understand them. So it's our responsibility to do the dissemination of such kind of, needs so that the community understand what is the importance of doing this and what could be their role in promoting this. And I want to finish by, we have been talking about decolonization, restitution, and so on, and people are very angry about the policies rotating about restitution and decolonization. As I mentioned, the decolonization debate, it's wide and it's a process. And we have different kind of laws that actually supersedes it. Our counterparts in Europe, they have laws which actually are not speaking the same language as we have here. In terms of acquisition and deacquisitioning of museum objects or collections, we have different kind of ways how to acquire these objects. It is either a loan or purchase or a donation. But all that is defined differently depending on the context. And so if we are to engage in the debates of decolonization, we need to bring this to our interest and start engaging our local institutions. Because I don't want to see something restituted come here and also it sparks debate of decolonization within decolonization. You get what I mean? He mentioned that some of these objects are coming from specific institutions, specific shrines, and so on. So as a community, as the peoples of Uganda, what is your interest as somebody who is working in the cultural space? If you look at the decolonization and restitution debate, what is that interest that you're taking on? Are you engaging any community museum? Are you engaging any government institution? Because these are objects that came from here, from in different kind of contexts. The repositioning Uganda Museum is the current project that is being talked about, referred to, about repatriating of the objects, about 39 of them. I'm involved in some of the researches going on some of the objects. I am telling you, it's fascinating. It's a very interesting kind of journey. So guys, I am appealing to you, engage these institutions. We have a debate together than actually being angry out there and there is some kind of information gap between the community, the institutions, and the objects.
Thank you
very much.
Thank you so much. If you allow me just to add this aspect, because when they are also back, preservation has to be done, right?
Exactly.
The finances have to be here, so it is also the responsibility to welcome these objects back.
And we invite them to be sponsors of some of these engagements. Thank you.
I'm handing over my microphone. Please choose the questions that you would like to answer so that we, since you're politicians, I would like to give you, each of you 2.5 minutes to address the questions and conclude with your remarks.
Thank you very much. Uganda is an invention. It never existed. It was invented. And we cannot therefore dissolve the component parts and create some kind of melting pot. But as I usually say, Uganda can be a beautiful salad bowl. The onion should not try to be a tomato, and the tomato should not try to be a cabbage, and the cabbage should not try to be a carrot. And I think that salad bowl is what will be a strength to Uganda. Finally, let me console Kalundi, who is sulking about Buganda's predicament. I'm now married to a Muganda, so I'm obliged to behave. Now, every country has what you call the heartland community. Your own country, Anna, has Prussia. Yeah.
Bavaria.
Yes, Prussia is the heartland community of Germany, and the entire German state always handles Prussia, Bavaria, with some kind of care, because it is the core of Germany. And even France has it. Even America has those original states, the Virginia and so on. If they start sulking, everybody from Washington goes to find out what is happening. So, as a politician who intends to be around for long, now that it has been said that northern Uganda has the people with the highest life expectancy, and I'm from there, I want to say Uganda has to ensure that Buganda is not sulking or disengaged, because it is really the heartland of Uganda. I hope in future we shall have a question which will be debated properly, debate style, and I hope some of those sensitive questions will be debated, including the favorite topic of Kalundi, of Palestine, because I used to belong to the Uganda-Palestine Friendship Society. And I I have very strong opinions on what the solutions could be. And I have read every charter that has kept on growing of the PLO. I have some serious questions about some of the things as they kept evolving, particularly after the 1967 defeat of the Arab nations in whom they had vested their faith. So I would think the Palestinians may not have to vest all their faith in Kalundi saying free Palestine from Kampala because all those Arab countries were roundly defeated, and the Palestinian people said, wait a minute, maybe we need to rethink our struggle. So I do hope that we will come back here and debate some of those issues around this fireside. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Anne. When you speak last, you sound like you're repeating everybody. But one thing that is very Ugandan is the diversity. And I think we must embrace it as an asset. And when we embrace it as an asset, then we'll have the Uganda that we love. And also, when we speak about preserving, like the Batwa, we have to move really fast in documenting in the new media. For instance, artificial intelligence is here. If we don't move fast to record, archive, and know what we have, we might start playing catch up. So the rural people in the Batwa do not know this, that they can preserve and document what they have. That rests with the organizations like the museums and government to make sure that we go and take care of some of those communities that might not know what to do to preserve their culture. With regards to the young people, the syllabus of this country keeps changing. And lately, we are going more into practical subjects, into the creative subjects, because we know for a fact that the new Uganda is of young people who do not want to be farmers, because we demonized it by punishing students to go and dig. So they all want to be fashion designers, they want to be film stars, they want to be digital content creators. It's a fact of life. Where Uganda is now is where we need to work at. We can't talk about where we came from. History has made it what we are today. A very mixed community. We need to take care and appreciate each other from the diversity from which we have to face. And we take care of our young people. Somebody already mentioned it, that they are young, they love technology. We need to embrace technology and preserve what we can through technology. Thank you so much. I want to appreciate all the cultural museums that have come up. They are struggling to maintain them because it requires money to preserve things, to keep them clean, to invite people to come and see what you have. But we must appreciate those who have set them up. Individual people in the villages have put up museums, and that is really, really commendable. Our job is to reach out, if we have any resources, to support them, and this culture is brought into all other communities to appreciate and preserve what they have. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Magola. If I may, as the means of wrapping up this conversation, I have 2 young children, and they are growing up here in Uganda. My children have spent more time in East Africa than in Germany. And so if there is something very special, and these are now their formative years, Uganda to my children will be always part of their identity. And recently we were celebrating Uganda Day at school. And my children stand up and they sing the national anthem as they sing the Buganda anthem, because the school is located here. And this is something that they will carry on. And whenever asked why their special relation to Uganda, they will explain it. And me personally, I was very much touched by all these different children from different places in Uganda and from different corners around the world, standing up there and singing the same songs and really celebrating Uganda as a country with the diversity it has. And for me personally, every time when I'm asked what is so special about Uganda for you, like what is this element that you would say you have not seen anywhere else? And for me, it's a very simple thing in cultural terms. I have lived in many countries, but Uganda is the only country when I leave my home, and be it only for 20, 30 minutes, when I come back, then the Ugandan helpers that we have, they always say, welcome back. I have never experienced it anywhere before. No matter how long you are gone, you are welcomed back.
They say, oh, you're back?
So I would like to thank all of you for being part of this conversation today. And we as KTA advocates and as Konrad Adenauer Stiftung are always happy to welcome you back here. Thank you.
We will be back. Thank you so much.
All right, well, thank you very much. I know you're hungry. Maybe we please let's go and eat. Yes. I think we've all earned our dinner, which is now served. I won't even say much. I wanted Igongo to say something, but I think they can say it while we're having dinner as well. So we will just, the dinner is that side. Yes, please. You're welcome to eat something, and thank you very much for participating in this session. Moses from Igongo, if you can share with us about Igongo. Actually, we were supposed to launch an exhibition from Igongo Culture Museum, but we were not able to because of funds actually, and wanted Moses here to share something small about it.
Thank you. Protocol observed. Good evening. I'm Moses Kashure. I'm a curator of a museum, specifically in Uharwe, 12 kilometers on Masaka Road from Barara. And Igongo Museum, or Igongo Culture Center, is an initiative whose aim is to study, document, conserve, and present the culture and natural heritage of southwestern Uganda. That's why we have a museum called the Digital. And if I may simply define the museum is a collection of artifacts, information panels, traditions,